I see your name. I don't see your face yet. There you are.
This is Costa Almaruti signing on, 3804 Pearl. I'll have my microphone muted. Let me know if you need me to respond to anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Costa.
Costa, it's going to be a little bit before we get to your project, so you don't have to pay attention for too long. It'll be an hour or two probably before we get to you.
It'll be an hour or two before you get to us.
Yeah, you're a little bit later in the agenda.
All right, so I'm gonna sign off and I'll sign back up in about an hour.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
you're welcome.
There you go. Huh?
Morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
Donna, I have a broken camera, so I am not going to be able to be on camera today.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
I get dressed
but
up for nothing. No.
we can hear you though.
Okay, great.
Um,
So, Don, I understand you're wrapping up a storied career and retiring.
that's the rumor that's going around. Uh,
It's not going to be the same around here without you.
well, thank you. it hasn't quite sunk in yet, but I'll miss it myself.
You're going to be at
John, you could always come back as a commission member.
A historian.
Maybe there is an open position. Maybe after a short break.
Well, I open the nomination for you.
I second.
Can I third it?
Yes, indeed.
Unanimous support there.
Thank
Don.
you. Thank you very much.
Do you have any fun plans for retirement?
Not yet. I haven't worked all that out yet, but my first plan is to do nothing for a while. Julie, it's 9:02. We have a quorum. So I think we can start whenever you're ready. Are you there, Julie?
Yes, I was reading away.
Oh, man, I'm
I
sorry.
was
You must have been muted. We couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry about that. Truly sorry. I was muted. We'll start that over. We'd like to welcome everyone to the February 24th, 2022 Landmarks Commission meeting. It's wonderful to see everyone, even though it continues to be virtual. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio Open Meeting Law and Section 101.021 of the Codified Ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to taking any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, we ask everyone who is not presenting to mute their microphone. We then ask you to use the raised hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile versions and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and mute your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located in the bottom of the WebEx screen. Call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. All requests to speak on a particular matter via our website or email have been considered. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comments on a particular matter, and those have been circulated. We'd like to call the February 24th, 2022 Landmarks Commission meeting to order. Mr. Pettit, please call roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson.
Here.
Mr. Bonezzi.
Here.
Mr. Kalikia. Mr. Dryer.
Here.
Mr. Edmond. Here. Director Wong. Mr. Strickland.
Here.
Mr. Tarasik.
Here.
Ms. Trott.
Here.
We are also joined today by staff members Carl Brunges, who is hosting the meeting, Emily Spezia Schwiff, who is our Ohio History Corps member, and we are joined by Kevin Roberts from the Law Department. I was hoping that we would be able to introduce our new director today, but she seems to be running late, so we'll have to do that another time. Madam Chair, we have a quorum. And I believe you're muted.
Yes, you can hear why. We would like to start with our certificates of appropriateness. We'd like to welcome our first applicant to unmute their phone, announce yourself, and tell us about your projects. A little housekeeping before you start. Just a reminder that the facilitator does control your slides, so please tell them when you'd like to advance. But welcome our first applicant.
This is Maggie Young from Dimmitt Architects.
Sam McNulty, the owner of the property in question.
Yes, so we're coming back. We presented this project 2 weeks ago at the previous meeting, and we heard the commission's comments, and so we have a revised elevation to share with you and discuss. So we'll go kind of quickly through the context here. These are just some existing photos of the elevation. I think hopefully last time everyone is able to see the history presentation that Carl shared. But just to kind of give some context, a lot of this storefront is really all of it is not historic. It's all been kind of modified at some point in the past, though it does maintain some references to what we think was the original. So again, flipping through these, you can see those existing column surrounds. We'll mention those further as we go on, but you can see that they're not stone of any kind. They're just a reconstruction. So what we did here was we did end up leaving the existing column surrounds and stepping the proposed new storefront. I think it's going to make more sense if we advance the next slide, please, so you can see the plan view at the same time. So this gives a little bit of a better reference. You can see that we tried to both maintain the proposed kind of divisions of the outer bays while still respecting the existing columns and also achieving our operable centered door portion. So again, we still have the double doors on the left there are the main entrance to this space. Just to the, as you're looking at it, right-hand side of those double doors, the storefront will step back so that it can slide behind those columns. The middle bay will still be that operable door, raising up, kind of pivoting in the middle and raising all the way up. And then to the right of the column on the right, service access door, which is really just give servers access to the patio to make food, deliveries and whatnot. And then to the right of that door, the storefront bumps back out again. This is following nearly exactly the kind of ins and out steps of the existing storefront. And again, it's leaving those existing column surrounds in place. So those will just be kind of repaired as necessary. As some of the existing photos, you can see there was some just decay from years of our heart. Another because we have this kind of stepping in and out now, we did have to increase some of the vertical elements to be 4-inch wide mullions. And so we kind of did that across the board just for consistency's sake, with the exception of that lower one. Because again, we are trying to not have that be a dominant characteristic. So the verticals and then that transom level are all now 4-inch sight lines as opposed to the 2 we were showing previously, 2-inch. Yeah, if you want to go to the next slide. Are in red, so you can see that now the line of our new proposed storefront is really, really, really close to kind of the existing line of storefront. The exact position of where it steps in and out does vary by, you know, like a foot or so, and that's just to maintain kind of the composition of those exterior elevations and door sizes, etc. Next slide. This is just kind of the overlay with the reflected ceiling plan, so you can see we're kind of hitting this existing header condition at the front of the space with that stepped back storefront, so it won't affect the historic plaster ceiling. Next slide. And then just the updated kind of section, and these are the same materials we were showing previously as well. So I think that's hopefully helps everyone understand what we did address. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to discuss.
Excellent. Thank you for the updated presentation.
Mhm.
Did question for Mr. Pettit, did this go back to local or just stay with us because of our feedback?
Madam Chair, this did not go back to the Design Review Committee. I believe we did share the changes with them, but we did not take it back.
Okay.
The changes were based on the recommendations from the commission at the last meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, then we will open the floor for the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to commend the applicant for listening to all of our from the meeting 2 weeks ago, and I think that this revised solution functionally accomplishes what they were hoping to do, and it I think succeeds in maintaining the original characteristics of the historic storefront. Also with the setback, kind of reflects the setback that was it was certainly much more pronounced in the historic storefront, but suggests, you know, what it looked like historically. So I'm strongly in favor of this modified plan.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Edmond? Oh, Mr. Edmond, you might be just went off mine.
Apologies.
There you go.
Yeah, I would reiterate those comments. Thank you, Madam Chair. And a couple of questions. The existing column surround appears to be some sort of fibrous composite material, and I'd like to hear how you plan to repair that and protect it. And then in the rendered elevation, it looks like you're suggesting some sort of a marbleized looking finish on that. I wanted to see what finish you're proposing or paint or whatever on the columns.
Yeah, so that regarding kind of the repair, I think as you could see it was really at the base element that seems to have the most significant kind of damage currently. So I think as we kind of just do a little opening up what's there, and then it would be reconstructed again in some kind of, I think probably also still a fiber cement, like a hardy panel type material, something like that. And then really taking care to caulk and finish those joints, as that's kind of the weak point of that system. Regarding the finish, you are correct. We were showing kind of a marbleized finish. This would be like a faux painted finish, which would be consistent with what was there in, past the, I think 2005 renovation is when we saw this kind of look. And it's also consistent with kind of the underside of that header still features this kind of brown marbleized faux finish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Panezzi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everyone basically said what I want, but thank you for listening to our comments and readdressing, not encroaching any farther. If I lived back before anyone did any renovation, I would have pushed it all the way back, but I'm happy to see that you guys were more than willing to, answer. And I do agree. You brought up something at the last meeting, which really struck a chord with me, which is that when that door is open in the summertime, you are actually going to, like, in a new way, but reinvigorate kind of the original feeling that you had with the facade. So I'm excited that we came to a happy consensus between everyone. So thank you for all the adjustments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonazzi. Mr. Clicchia?
Yes, good morning. I was a little late registering. Yeah, this is, I think, much better, but I still have some issues with this faux materials. This building is so beautifully classical, and it would be nice to add some natural stone to those two columns. It's not much, but it would, I think, for me, it would be significant, rather than even using the word faux for such an historical building. So I have an issue with that for sure.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Clicchia, or is that your final comment?
Oh, that's all. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Anderson?
I agree with my other commissioners. This is a huge improvement. Thank you very much for taking to heart our suggestions. I want to also support what Mr. Clicchia just said. I think in the long run, if there was some natural stone, might pose less of a maintenance issue, because obviously these composite materials don't last, and as we know, with all the stone we have in this city, it tends to hold up better. So I would really appreciate if the applicant would take that into consideration. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I will echo much of what has been said. I appreciate you listening to our feedback and really trying to work within the constraints of the existing or the original look and feel of for the last period of time, look and feel of the storefront, so that you really can express it. And I am excited about how you now allow people to experience the display cases and so forth for your entry vestibule. So I think it's a creative solution. And as Mr. Bonazzi said, I think when this is open, it really will allow people to experience what was originally intended for this space, how you've designed this. So I'm in support. Any other questions or comments from the commission? All right, if there are no questions or comments, would someone like to put forward a motion? Mr. Bonazzi?
Yes, Madam Chair. I put forward that we approve as presented for this project. And given my other commissioners' recommendations, just as a recommendation to look at possible alternatives to a faux material for something more durable, but that just be a recommendation to look at for possibility. That was a lot of redundant words, but.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Edmond?
I second the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Bonazzi,
Yes.
Mr. Clicchia,
No.
Mr. Dreyer,
Yes.
Mr. Edmond,
Yes.
Director Wong,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes 8 votes to 1.
Thank you. Well,
And
go ahead.
And at this time, since Director Wong has joined us, I'm happy to give her an opportunity to introduce herself to the commission very briefly, and then after that, we can move on to the next case.
Thank you, Don, and thank you to the chairwoman, Madam Chair, for allowing me to just share a few reflections. I just started in my post last Monday, so I'm happy to be here and joining with you all on this really, really critical commission. Our city is an aging city, and we have so much history and so much culture embedded in our physical fabric, the physical spaces that we embody, and also just within the people. And so I'm really, really excited to be part of shepherding this really important function of planning and ensuring that our history and culture in Cleveland is celebrated and regarded well. So I just want to say thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Don. Thank you to the commission. And to all who are listening, thanks for welcoming me. Appreciate it.
So we welcome you to the commission, Ms. Wong and Director Wong, and we're excited to have you participate with us, in reviewing these cases and moving forward.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you to our first applicant. We look forward to seeing your project progress. And thank you for everyone's patience to allow us to make that introduction. We'll now move on to our second applicant for certificate of appropriateness, the front entry renovation, windows, roof, landscaping, and signage for the May Dugan Center located at 4115 Bridge Avenue. I'd like to welcome the applicant to unmute your mic, announce yourself, and please tell us about your project.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. This is Brendan Garrett with Pulaski, Cleveland. We'll be presenting the May Dugan, as alluded to in the entry statement. Mainly replacement of the existing windows throughout the facility, as well as a front entry addition modification. You can go to the next slide. So as part of our improvements, some of the things that we're doing obviously are impacted by landscape as well. So since we're putting a new front entry on the building, we'll be replacing the existing entry sidewalk. We're also doing some improvements to the rear entry of the building. An existing kind of landscaped seating area will be reworked in order to improve some of the existing concrete settlement issues that have been experienced over the last 40 or 50 years. We're also looking to modify the existing one-way exit from the parking lot on the northwest side of the site. If you go to the next slide, we'll show those improvements. So looking at providing a new two-way entry off that northwest corner. Again, providing a new entry pavement as you approach the front door of the building. Bringing in some new teledata service to the building, so we'll be trenching and providing new utilities to the buildings in certain areas. The existing parking lot will be restriped and resurfaced, and we're also doing some minor pavement improvements in order to, again, deal with some settlement issues that have occurred over the last few years. As part of that, it's probably best to show them the next slide, which is the landscape plan, which kind of shows our new paved seating areas at the rear entry of the building, placing a lot of the existing plantings around the perimeter of the building, just to kind of give it some a new fresh look. A lot of the landscaping hasn't been maintained over the years, so providing new fresh beds, new plantings that are seasonal, and in certain parts of the season that we feel will be appropriate for the building. This building on the north side is predominantly in shade, so getting plantings that will work and be successful on the north side of the building are a little bit difficult. So we are providing plantings that are more conducive to shade environments. And then just really kind of trying to give a spruce up the perimeter of the building with some curb appeal. Just some photos of some of the plantings that we'll be providing with the site. Slide. Just trying to show, how the seasonal interests for these plantings, so that we'll have some blooming aspects of these plantings throughout the seasons. slide. So as noted on my entry statement, you know, some of the main improvements that we're focused on for the existing building are replacement of all the existing windows. So this is a demolition plan that's showing really quite an extensive demolition throughout the building. Obviously, we're focused on the exterior, but as part of the Mayfield renovation, we're doing a lot of improvements and enhancements to how their existing facility operates, reprogramming the building, obviously replacing the existing windows around, and then reworking the new entry on the north side of the building. We're also replacing the rear entry glazing in kind. Slide. This is the second floor, which is showing kind of the existing sloped roof, which will also be replaced in kind with like material. It's a raised batten, standing seam roof. Entry that's kind of positioned between column lines 6 and 7 is the area we'll be focusing our new improvements. We're also adding a dormer on the south entry, which is again between column lines 6 and 6A to the south, so removing a portion of the existing roof in order to accommodate a new dormer. Next slide. So this is really just an updated floor plan that's kind of showing the new space layout. Again, I'll kind of draw your attention to the main entry on the north side of the building, providing a new kind of feature element, and on the second floor above, if we go to that, the next slide, providing a community room, which basically sits out in front of the new kind of recessed entry at the first floor level. And then obviously we're showing the dormer that's also located south of that kind of breakout space that's just south of the new community room. To the next slide. Some existing building photos. This building was originally constructed and actually just recently sold to May Dugan. It was previously owned by the city of Cleveland. You can see on the upper right-hand corner, that's the existing entry that will be demolished in place. Just below that is the existing rear entry, which we'll be inserting a new dormer into, and then just some additional photos to kind of give you a sense of the existing landscape as well as materiality around the building. The next slide. So as alluded to in my other statements, in between column lines 6, more or less 6 and 7 is where we'll be providing the new entry. Our focus was primarily in trying to maintain some of the existing proportions of kind of this buttressed brutalist style building, but providing some new materiality that's kind of in keeping with the some of the existing materials on the building. I'll get into the material description a little bit more so when we get into the future renderings, just to kind of help illustrate that. Also, again, we're just replacing the windows more or less in kind. We have an additional slide that I'll talk a little bit more in detail about that. Replacing the existing standing seam metal roofing. As part of phase 1 improvements, which actually took place earlier this year, there was masonry restoration, steel lintel repair, and tuck pointing done on the existing brickwork and precast cap sills. Go to the next slide. This is the east elevation, again, kind of showing to the upper right, kind of near column line A1, how the new entry element will be incorporated into the existing massing. Again, just replacing the windows around the perimeter of the building. Slide. Again, drawing your attention more so towards column line 6 and 6A, showing the new dormer that's inserted into the existing roof form above the existing entry, which is being replaced. When I say replaced, just the storefront glazing. And then again, just the glazing around the perimeter. We're also providing a small amount of new masonry infill and removing an existing entry to the south east wing of the building that's located between column lines A and AB. On the first floor, infilling it with like material, matching the existing brick. They actually do make this this brick still, even though it's an 8-inch module rather than a 12-inch long brick. So we'll be replacing it with, again, like material. Next slide. Again, just kind of giving you a little bit of sense and feel of the existing elevations. Again, all the existing windows will be replaced and doors on the first floor. We are also replacing the existing rooftop unit on the west wing of the building. It's actually a smaller unit. Located on top, it's a little bit more efficient. But that unit that's on the roof presently is the original, so just providing new rooftop unit to serve the tenants as well as the Maydugan service buildings. Next slide, please. So again, just kind of highlighting some of the proportions with respect to the existing window replacement. On the left side of the page is what the existing windows and proportions are. The one change that we are making in replacement of these windows is we are looking to eliminate some of the hopper style windows at the first floor. We're maintaining the operability of the sliding windows on the second and third floors. This is just a typical bay, which is more predominant to the building. Just looking to kind of simplify some of the requirements with respect to the new kind of space programming inside the building. You know, it so allows us the ability to provide ventilation with the hopper style windows on the first floor. It just seems more appropriate not to provide all hoppers in hopes of one, saving some money, but also just, again, how it serves the new program space behind. Go to the next slide. This is just a section through those windows to kind of show the existing proportions versus the newly proposed storefront replacement. You know, this is, you know, being in a mid-70s style building, the original building windows are kind of an aluminum storefront style. So we're replacing those with like windows and trying to maintain those proportions. The one thing that's slightly different is the mid crossbar where they're molded together. The fixed window and the operable hopper is a little bit deeper section. We're able to, with the new system, provide a little bit shallower or less tall mullion where those are molded together. But again, just trying to keep some of those existing proportions. Already touched on the modification to the quantity of hoppers on the lower level. So just reducing it from 4 to 2 on a typical bay. Next slide, please. Again, this is kind of just highlighting the sliding operable windows at the third and second floors of the main bay. Again, just showing the proportions of the existing windows as well as the newly proposed. I think you can see that we're more or less in keeping with the existing dimensionality. Anything, we're actually shallowing a little bit of the mullion sight line with respect to the perimeter of the window. Next slide. So again, this is talking about some of the materiality as part of the new entry. We're introducing a high pressure laminate wood material. This is you know, one of the comments that we received, you know, as part of reprogramming the building and renovating it is, you know, the dark interior of the building. So what we're looking to do is actually try and lighten it up with some softer wood tones, you know, and utilizing some high pressure laminate on the exterior and actually bringing that materiality inside. Again, touching on the replacement of the standing seam, the copings associated with that, using a musket gray, which is it's fairly close to the existing standing seam that's presently on the building, which is badly deteriorated in need of replacement. And then the storefront color is being replaced as a mineral brown, which is very in keeping with the existing, which is a dark bronze. Slide. Again, being consistent with the material around the building, the brickwork's already been tuck pointed and reworked, cleaned. Again, just replacing the windows with the same materials as described in the previous slide. Again, just touching on the south elevation, again, the standing seam replacement, window replacement. The new window at the dormer entry will be of the same material and color as all the other windows, and then some of the brick infill. Go into much more detail than what I had done previously on the other elevations, but again, just in keeping with all the materials around the building that we're placing. So this is the new entry on the north side of the building. Also, you can see to the far right is a new monument sign and bench that'll be incorporated. We'll touch on a little bit with respect to the signage when we present that. But you know, this is on the north side of the building. What we wanted to provide was, you know, kind of a community-based board meeting room that kind of serves as this beacon to the community. So doing butt glazed glass and glazing with some spandrel glass as well at the floor line, but trying to maintain some of the existing proportions of the building with this kind of hard frame that kind of lines with some of the proportionality of the existing buttresses for the building. But this kind of fits within this little niche that's been created where the existing entry used to be. The new first floor vestibule and entry is recessed and sits below the community room that sits over top of it, providing some cover as well as some downlight on the signage that's on the wood laminate. And then just an accent light that kind of helps accentuate the frame of the metal aluminum composite panels that frame the new entry. The next slide. This is the new rear entry. Again, just keeping the existing window framing proportions and replacement, and then this really highlights just the introduction of the new dormer above that south entry. Just want to touch on some of the signage that we'll be providing on the building. We've removed the existing Maydugan signage that was presently that was previously on the building. So as part of the signage for the newly proposed renovation, we're introducing again a monument sign that will have a bench as well as some entry signage at the new entry, and then locating a street sign along Randall, as well as a directory sign closer to the rear entry that helps with detailing some of those services that are provided with the building. For the next slide. This is a entry sign, the kind of feature sign that will be applied to the wood laminate entry as it kind of angles into the new vestibule, just identifying kind of the Maydugan logo and kind of a simplified approach. It'll be done with a dark metal that will be cut out and applied to the wood facade. Next slide, please. This is a detailed elevation of the new monument sign. Maydugan, you know, again, is kind of applied to the existing facade. This will be their main entry and feature signage. Just identifying Maydugan Center as well as the address, and this has a wood look bench that kind of wraps around this new entry sign. A 8-inch high concrete base. Be internally illuminated, and the materiality of the all the signage is in keeping with the window framing color and the metal used throughout the building. This is just the directory sign that's located at the rear entry that will be applied to the existing facade. New kind of signage announcing Maydugan along Randall that'll be applied to the existing facade with a horizontal light that is illuminating it, shining down. This is not an internally illuminated sign, so we're lighting it from above, providing a linear light above it. I think I've talked enough. So I'll leave it with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll begin with feedback from the local design review committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Nate Wall, Ohio City Incorporated. This project was reviewed by the local committee on January 20th. It was approved unanimously. The committee really appreciated the renovation and the addition and felt that it was a very nice addition to the neighborhood and improved the overall design of the building. And other than that, just general praise for the project as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you for that update. We'll now open the floor for the commission for questions and comments. Mr. Edmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Architecture of this period often doesn't get a lot of love, and it can be hard to love, but it has a lot of architectural character and interest that makes it challenging to intervene in a building like this in a way that's sensitive, but also sort of achieves some of our goals of connectivity and visibility. And I think one of the real challenges that the existing building has is that the entry is, in fact, the least inviting looking part of the facade. And I think the entry transformation you've done here is really nicely fitted into the building and its tectonics, but also makes it welcoming, having the community room above the entry where you would actually, right now, what you see is this, sort of eyebrow over the entry, but now you would see light and activity is a really, really nice gesture to the building. And I think your tectonics, your materiality are all very fitting, but will be a nice transformation. Some of the other things that I think really help this are that you're providing the seating and the signage that also fits with the architecture. Having visible light sources, I think those sconces on the brick wall really help in just bringing that little bit of transparency on the light into the building. I think this is a really nice gesture for the building and will help make it a much more welcoming place to go to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmond. Other feedback from the commission? I'll insert mine. I think this is a very creative solution to bring a modern solution to the entry in a sensitive way. It's working within the materiality, but providing a more warm, welcoming entrance. So I like the materiality and how you've incorporated this into the building. And I am supportive of that. And then also the signage. I think it's very sensitive, how you've maintained the very quiet presence of the minimal materiality of the building and provided some additional visibility, but also functionality to the entranceways with the signage and the seating. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think your designs are going to be an overall improvement to the building. I drive by this building quite often, and currently there are mature plantings surrounding the building, which provide shade, the greenery. It's almost a nice respite from the, vibrant city life around it. I was wondering, I saw you did have a landscape plan, but I was wondering if you were able to incorporate the mature trees into the into your design, and as long as they're not creating problems for with moisture for the building. I was wondering if you were able to maintain as much as that as you could. Thank you.
Yeah, so I can speak on that real quick. Yeah, the large mature trees are not being removed. So along the north side as well as the south side will be maintained. I know one thing that was very sensitive to the Maydugan people was the Christmas tree that's located on the right upper right hand corner of the page at the which gets illuminated year, obviously during Christmas time. So keeping that was of the utmost importance to them. But yes, all the larger mature trees will be maintained. The only trees that we're actually looking to remove are any of those that are impacted by the improvements at the new entry to the south of the building, which is more so in that little courtyard area north of the parking lot. But they're not really overall mature trees. The two larger mature trees that you see there that are kind of shown as dashed will remain.
Any other questions, Ms. Anderson? Oh, thank you. Other questions or comments from the commission? Other questions or comments from the commission, or someone like to put forward a motion?
I move the approve as presented.
I second that motion.
Thank you for the motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Bonezzi,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer, Mr. Edmond,
Yes.
Director Wong,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We look forward to seeing your project. We'll move on to our next applicant, the Walt Branch Library in Carrum Senior Living, located at 791022 Detroit Avenue. New construction of senior housing and the Cleveland Public Library branch. I'd like to welcome the applicants. Please unmute your mic and tell us about your project.
Thank you, Julie. My name is Ted Feringer. I'll be presenting on behalf of our team today. Before we get started, I would like to introduce everyone from both clients that are on the call, which includes John Lang and Kath Sonhalter representing Cleveland Public Library, and Anya Kulsar and Brittany Sanger representing Northwest Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation. We had a graphics issue, I think. Thank you, Don and Carl, for pulling up the corrected presentation. And for the committee, it's no contents changed. It was a couple of the renderings on some of the slides were super washed out. So,
Bear with us, Ted. We're working on it.
yeah, it's just gonna say no worries. Now just kind of start preamble, and we can jump a few slides in once they have it up. The project is 51 unit new construction senior housing. It's a LIHTC low income tax credit project through the state. It's Department of Housing at OFA, and then new Cleveland Public Library Walls branch that'll sit underneath it. The project is, it's really unique combination of kind of synergies that are created by having a senior housing adjacent to a Cleveland Public Library that our team hopes will, and anticipates will really be able to be a unique amenity, not just for the residents of the housing, but also the community as a whole. So next slide. So the project site, to orient everybody, is at Detroit and West 80th on kind of the west end of really the Detroit Shoreway neighborhood, and kind of where it starts to transition into Cadell. So, next slide. These are some site context photos. I'm not going to go through these blow by blow. If we can just keep flipping through. Big point here is while we're in a historic landmarks district, lot of the adjacent architecture is, I would just call it incredibly eclectic. So next slide. Back to the project site. Here's a oblique kind of bird's eye aerial of the site as it is today. On the blue where the project site is the current CPL Walls branch. And then to the left is the building holding the corner is the Detroit Chateau Apartments. Mind the committee in December, the committee approved demolition of both of these, and know that permits and bidding is out for that. So hopefully there'll be some site activity in the near future. But relative to direct kind of adjacent landmarks here, probably our main neighbor is St. Augustine Health Campus, including the hospital facilities across the street, as well as the long-term care living facility, St. Augustine Tower, that is directly to our east. And then down Detroit, we have Abe's Beauty, which is kind of a place that has a lot of character, I'll just say, in the neighborhood. And then Magnolia in Detroit, which is another affordable housing project or facility. So next slide. So here's a kind of a site context plan just to be able to orient everybody with the new construction. And really the main point here is to just take note of how the building form, we're trying to be responsive to the neighboring context while still kind of holding the street edge, but doing so in a way that is kind of speaks to the language of the kind of figure ground of the neighborhood. So next slide. So site plan. From when the committee last saw this, no major changes as far as the concept. Area A, which is directly up front of the library's portion, main entrance, is really this idea of this layered streetscape that kind of creates a little bit of screen privacy from the public right-of-way sidewalk along Detroit Avenue, but it's still very much kind of part of that to create some depth, and also partially slides under the roof overhang of the library. And then letter B is this sheltered forecourt area, which is really kind of serves as the plaza entrance at the Detroit Avenue level going into Carrum. And then C on the rear of the building is partially actually carved out under the building. And this is a level below due to the site topography. The site drops about 10-12 feet from Detroit Avenue to the rear of the building here along West 80th. But this C area is kind of we're envisioning is an area of programmable sidewalk that's partially covered, that both Cleveland Public Library has some spaces that will be able to open up and spill out onto this area that can be used for maybe smaller programming that they do without kind of that would allow the areas up on Detroit to kind of remain public spaces at all times. So next slide. So a little more details on the site plan. We did expand the project site. There's a lot on West 80th that's been added since the committee last saw the project, which has allowed an expanded parking lot of kind of around 47, 48 spaces. And then really the key points though up on Detroit are with the paving, it's going to be the main kind of field paving of the concrete is going to be exposed aggregate sidewalk with kind of some larger blocks that really help identify the library entrance going into walls with this accent color of which is in the top right. And it's actually less of a color and more of an effect. It's this glow in the dark aggregate that's an admixture into concrete, which is something that CPL is actually using at a couple other branches that are under construction. And then directly to the right of the walls main entrance off of the library, we have bike racks and a bike repair station, which are all under cover of the this large roof overhang that kind of creates a portal in and out of the forecourt area. So next slide, please. And then landscaping, I'm not going to go through this blow by blow, but a lot of native species, trying to introduce some appropriate street trees, and as well as trees that are appropriate around the bioswale on the northwest corner of the site above the parking lot. So next slide. Actually, let's go back to the previous one. There is one thing I want to, one neat thing I would be remiss if I skipped over is to the east of the building, and it's AS, it's identified. We actually have 2 pawpaw trees that are going to be planted up along the sidewalk. And I think they're going to be kind of a fun thing. The intent is, if you're not familiar with pawpaws, is they are one of basically Ohio's only native fruit-bearing tree. And the idea is that when these pawpaws, when the fruit mature, anybody can kind of just walk up and grab a pawpaw off the tree and kind of have a snack, basically. And we're looking at, introducing some kind of educational, signage or something associated with that about, pawpaws. So I think it'll kind of be a fun, playful piece there. So next slide. And this is, I definitely not going to pretend I'm a landscape architect, so I know that these photos probably are helpful for everyone as far as what these species look like. The real main point to add is that we're trying to also be very mindful of the seasons of the year, as far as the colors that some of the species will turn in the fall, as well as they're blooming in the spring and summer as well. So it kind of creates a vibrant landscape throughout the year. So, next slide. So architecture, one of the key real kind of challenges with this project is that the nature of a library is a very public civic building that tends to be something that you want to show off. It's not a background building. It doesn't want to hide. But yet the nature of multifamily housing in particular, something like a senior housing, affordable senior housing that has a very modest budget, it tends to lend itself to want to be more of a background building. So the way that we are addressing that is this notion of anchor and framing, where we're actually using the nature of this senior housing, wanting to be more of a background to anchor and frame the library. And then the library kind of slides and wraps underneath it. And then we create the roof form with kind of this stretching and cutting maneuver. So next slide. Here's basically an axon shown a little more clearly, and it's really just about the disposition of the library, which is about 1.5 stories, a little over 10,000 square feet. And then the housing is about 55,000 square feet across 5 stories. It's 5 full stories at the northeast corner, but where it slides over the library, it's 3. And then we're 4 stories in the wing up along Detroit. So next slide. So concept kind of section, and this really just speaks to how we're trying to use the library to also kind of pull the streetscape and the public in through the building and down, and basically kind of connecting both to the programmable sidewalk area. It's partially covered on the north of the building. You can see how we're kind of have this big carve out on the north side, as well as kind of even becoming a connector to the just neighborhood as a whole to the north for pedestrians. So next slide. Floor plan, we'll start, we call the first floor is the Detroit Avenue level. You can see really it's focused on the Walls branch. All the collections and kind of public, most of the public programming, I would say, is up towards the street, where we have a lot of curtain wall and the building's much more open. And then as you kind of move to the north through the library, it kind of transitions to more private staff spaces and meeting rooms. And then we have a communicating stair that you can see, as well as a shared elevator to connect library patrons down to the lower level where there's access off the north parking lot. On the Carrum side, it's a mix of a fair vestibule. There's a community room on the first floor directly on access, and then some other kind of back of house spaces and a handful of apartments around the first floor. So next slide. So this one are actually going down a level. This is the lower level floor plan. This is at the level of the parking lot to the north. See the Walls entrance and Carrum entrances are right kind of next to each other here. With the Walls entrance and programming down here, the main piece is this community meeting room that will actually be a meeting room that is being designed and will be handled with security, that it could be reserved and used by the community outside of library hours. We also have these, say, very large storefront doors that open up, and we'll really be able to open up that community room space to this programmable kind of sidewalk area to the north, so that programming and things can kind of spill out between the two. And then on the Carrum side down here, mostly back of house spaces, but we do have 3 residential units facing out towards the north parking lot. And then kind of to the right, you can see this service drive, which is where like trash pickup delivery happens. And then there's electrical transformer and generator and an enclosure down here. And this enclosure is at the parking lot level, not up at the, will not be visible from the Detroit Avenue level. So next slide. In typical floor plan, pretty straightforward, mix of studio, 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom units. So next. So the really big piece, these are the renderings, the next 3 slides that we showed the local committee, the Gordon Square Landmarks Committee a few weeks ago. And one of their main comments on why they approved the architecture of the building and were pretty positive about it. They did make some mention that they lamented that we had pulled some of the Keller, and if you can kind of flip through the next 2 slides, out of the building that we had previously when we had given a preliminary presentation for feedback to both the local committee and Landmarks Commission this past summer. So next slide. So we wanted to react to that today. And the main thing that we've done is we've taken this blue kind of portal at the Walls entrance, and we're using, it's going to be a slightly different tone because it's also a different material, but we're introducing that blue as a accent in a few strategic locations on the kind of upper levels of the building on the Carrum housing. And we've also warmed up some of the tones on the colors of the kind of the field colors of the different hardy panel siding that we're using on the upper floors. So next slide. As you can kind of see here, this is a view basically if you're at St. Augustine's entrance across the street. One of the key things here I'll point out is you can see kind of the guy with his bike. That is exactly where the bike racks will be under cover, and you can kind of see how this large, kind of this stretching and pulling roof form creates this, what we think will be a really interesting portal into the kind of forecourt area, and also creates a little bit of cover for, it'll be adjacent to the RTA bus stop here is a transit waiting environment. So next slide. This is a view off of West 80th from the rear. So you can see here kind of dramatically the main move back here is the carve out on the rear of the building, and how we're using, again, this is the kind of the other spot where we're introducing the blue to identify both the library entrance as well as kind of an accent color up on the Walls portion, and then the rest of kind of in general the Walls architecture kind of just being in dialogue with Carrum above, but yet still distinctly different. Next slide. So exterior elevations, this is the south, kind of calling out materials. We have this base of at the first floor on Carrum up on the streetscape of face brick, which we'll get into the kind of specs in a later slide. And then under the library, we're, really glass curtain wall with some strategic use of different composite metal panels. And then on the rest of Carrum above the second floor, the main materials are James Hardy lap siding with which is the A and B materials. The main thing to point out there is that we're doing an 8-inch exposure kind of height on the lap siding up until you get above the datum of the top of the windows on the 4th floor, and then it changes to this narrower 4-inch exposure, and then kind of that transitions to a modern interpretation of cornice at the top. So next slide. This north elevation here, the other kind of material point out that we have occurring a lot is letter U, which is this corrugated metal siding that we've also kind of introduced in a larger extent on the north, on the kind of Carrum. And this is all housing to your left of where it says residences in the blue entrance of walls is a more of a field kind of material. So next slide. East elevation, you can kind of hopefully understand a little better if it wasn't clear before how the kind of service drive and some of those kind of back of house functions are located down at this parking lot level. So we have a kind of a site wall, retaining wall that'll hold the landscaping back, and then up where the kind of the 2 trees right up by the corner around where there's a kind of F tag there. Those are the 2 Pawpaw trees. And then you can see the library beyond. So next slide. And then this is the west elevation along West 80th. See here where the we kind of have this datum at the basically bottom of the 1st floor between the composite panel and the face brick. So, next slide. And this is last slide. Or materials on the exterior, the brick veneer, our basis of design is Endicott manganese iron spot velour. It's an Norman size, so that is a 12-inch long unit, which we all like a lot. The curtain wall, this occurs at only on the library portions, and this will be like an exterior kind of butt glazed, like you see in the in this example photo. So the mullions on the outside will be very, very thin. And then the furthest to the right, and then is the colors for the siding on Carrum, the field being the lap siding, which is cobblestone from James Hardy, and then the smooth infill panels, the main color that this occurs like between the windows vertically on the upper floors, that's a Monterey taupe. And then our coping and metal trims will be basically color matched to the Monterey taupe. And then the color that we're using for the accent blue on the upper levels is this antique slate from Hardy, which is kind of this bluish gray tone, while the blue at the library entrance is over here kind of more to the left, bottom left of the screen. That's kind of a little bit of a brighter blue. And then the main composite panels on the library or basis of design is from Trespa, and the color selection is quartz gray. And then the last but not least is the wood look product that we're using on the roof overhangs on the library, which is from Certainteed, and it's a 12-inch linear plank. So that concludes the presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll open the floor or starts with feedback from the local CDC Design Review Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was reviewed by the Gordon Square Clifton West Design Review Committee. Overall, they felt that the renderings were great. One of the questions that came up was if there was an alternative to vinyl windows, but understanding that there were prohibitive cost in the overall and the nature of the project, they just wanted to make sure that the windows were not white. So they went with a cream color, I believe. And they also mentioned that in the version that they saw, it was a lot of white, that there was color missing and it needed some more as a pop. So that was answered with the introduction of the additional blue. There was a very robust discussion about landscaping and the desire for a more layered landscape plan and more trees. They spoke to what they called the sea of sidewalk in the front. And they mentioned that the low seat wall that had originally been there was gone, also partially because of cost consideration. Opportunity for educational signage on the tree types, looking at the bioretention area, and recommended more research to alternative species. After all was discussed, the motion to recommend the approval for the design as presented with the landscape, lighting, and signage to return to the local committee in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl, for that summary. We will now open the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Mr. Edmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. So I noticed there's a mechanical room in the basement. Are there any like rooftop air handling units or other mechanical equipment that's located elsewhere?
Yeah, so the mechanical room on the lower level serves the library only. There will be no rooftop equipment on the low library roof, which we're proud of kind of pulling off because that'll be somewhat visible, particularly for the residents looking down on it. On the high roof, there'll be kind of a little bit of there's an air handler that'll be up there, but the mechanical units serving each apartment are in their VTACs that are in each apartment unit. And we found a louver product from Centria that actually is the same profile as the corrugated metal siding, and it integrates I'll call it in a frameless manner with the siding around it, so that basically a layperson, I will say that these elevations are accurate in how it'll look. There is kind of no difference in a straight on profile. And basically a layperson, the intent is that you don't really see the louvers. So we kind of feel like that's something that often kind of mars the facade articulation on multifamily projects.
But there would be some screen walls on the roof that.
The units are set. The one unit that's up there is set so far back. It won't be visible from the street, so we haven't seen a need to put any screen wall around it.
I had a second question. The color of the primary clapboard hardy plank, the field A color, in the photograph of the material sample looks more like a medium gray, and then the renderings it looks more like a lighter, creamier color. I'm assuming the renderings are more accurate, and then the photograph just sort of has some shadow on it. Is that correct?
Yeah. So good. I appreciate the observation, Carter. We've actually, I'll candidly say, it's been tricky to graphically represent because they're both kind of true. What's here in the presentation is almost in a, that color is in a fixed lighting position. But what is in the renderings, I will say, is accurate in the sense that as the sun breaks across the building throughout the day, it is going to look kind of brighter and almost a little bit on more of a off-white color. But then in different light throughout the day, when maybe it's not in the sun, it'll look more as the kind of what the sample looks like on slide 30. So.
Okay. Because I think the lightness of it that you show in the renderings is a real positive quality that helps the form of the building. And then finally, I think maybe this relates to the comments about landscaping, but I wanted to hear more about the quality of the courtyard, specifically what it's like in there. The ideation image you have in the beginning has a lot of planting in it. It looks like it might be the Eastman Reading Garden. But the site plan, it looks like there's just kind of a strip along the one side up against the apartment building. So I wonder if you might consider more plantings in there, or what the character of that space is meant to be like.
Yeah, that was one of the comments that we heard from the local design review committee, that we're going to assess what we can accommodate. One of the big things with the use of that forecourt area is that CPL desires to use that is kind of an outdoor classroom space. So one of the reasons why we had pulled some landscaping out was concern of being able to basically accommodate that type of program without it being something that would also block and kind of be in the way of residents for Carrum coming in and out of the building up on this level. But we're happy to, we're going to continue to study that basically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Other questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Kalikia? Giancarlo, you might be muted.
Okay, that's much better, I think.
Yes.
Thank you. Couple of rather technical questions. I'm wondering, like, what will be the relationship between a public entity such as a library and the residential part? How would that function as far as organization, maintenance, and that type of stuff?
Anya or Kath, do one of you guys want to answer that?
Anya from Northwest Neighborhoods here. In terms of how the two pieces will function together, really the two uses are separated. There is a shared elevator that will be part of the building. We'll have security controls on both sides to make sure that library patrons can't get up to the residential spaces, and vice versa. Residents can't get into the library when the library is not open. There is one doorway that connects from the housing to the library that will be open during library hours, that tenants can go straight into the library space, but cannot access that after hours. Maintenance responsibilities, I will say right now, we're still working through the details of that. There are two parcels or ground parcels here. Part will be owned by Northwest Neighborhoods or an entity controlled by us, and the rest will be a part of the library and controlled by the library. So there will be some shared maintenance of the landscape and the grounds. Is there any other items that I didn't address that you have direct questions about?
No, you've answered my question, but I have some other questions or thoughts. One is that I think the concept is fantastic. I think one of my dreams, if I ever retire or will retire, to be near a library so I can read all the books I haven't read in my life. But I like the library portion very much with the likeness. I think the building itself is a little too monolithic for me. I was wondering if we could introduce maybe some bay windows or potentially some balconies. And then my second issue is that we have these quite amazing roof lines. And I'm wondering, we talk about the green space, which is also one of my subjects. I think additional green areas around the building, but I'm wondering if we could introduce some gardening or some low maintenance, interesting garden scenes on both of the roofs.
So I can speak to that a little bit, both those comments. While this is a low-income housing tax credit project and our budget is incredibly tight, especially with rising construction costs, we are not able to introduce balconies or bay windows to the housing portion. Unfortunately, something we'd love to always be able to do, but we are under strict cost guidelines with the Ohio Housing Finance Agency. And as many know, right now, construction costs are not in our favor. So unfortunately, that is something we're unable to work into our budget for this project. At one point in time, we did have green space on the library roof. Additionally, because of budget concerns, that was something that had to be removed from the scope of this project. Something that, you know, we would love to be able to do, but right now budgets do not allow for the introduction of green roofs.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, mute again. Thank you, Mr. Clickia. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question has to do with the service area. It looked like from the site plan that a generator and transformer were depicted along that service drive. I wondered
Yes.
how trash removal was going to be handled, if there's going to be a trash container, and to look to make sure that there's a enclosure around any trash container where that would be located.
So there won't be any exterior trash enclosures. What we've done is we have a much larger trash room here in the lower level, and the trash for all of the units except on the lower level, there's a common trash chute on each floor. Residents will take their garbage to that, send it down the trash chute. It'll come down here and fall into dumpsters. And as those fill, maintenance staff will move them to the side and put a new one in. And then on garbage day, they'll wheel the dumpsters out. The truck backs up the service drive. There's a kind of little garage door here at the end of the trash room on the east side of the building. So they'll wheel dumpsters out. Garbage truck will pick them up, dump them in, and then they'll wheel the dumpsters back in.
All right, understood. I just wanted to know if there was a outside trash container, how that was handled.
Absolutely.
But I understand the program. The other question that I have, Madam Chair, is in terms of what we're voting on. It sounds like the Design Review Committee requested that landscaping, signage, and lighting come back for their review. So as far as any motion that we put forward, that would exclude landscaping, lighting, and signage, is that correct?
The condition that they return for that, yes. So the approval wouldn't be, if we agree with that recommendation of those conditions, then yes, it would be conditions placed on our vote also. Does that answer your question, Mr.
Well, personally, I respect the request of the Design Review Committee. So not to make that request moot, I would propose we make that a condition of any approval that we put forth in a motion.
I agree.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson, questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have more comments than questions. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Kaliki. I think something of visual interest, whether it be bays or balconies, would really enhance this building. And I know since we've seen this with the concept plans, we've repeatedly been told that we're on a limited budget. So I'm happy for the neighborhood that this is going in. I wish I had the vocabulary to articulate this better. I'm a little disappointed with the design. But this particular corner and this particular area has for decades been Lexus for drug deals and just, a lot of nefarious things going on here. So, hopefully I know that Detroit Shoreway and Northwest Shores has been working hard to change things in this location. And, hopefully this will bump it up to a point where people can feel comfortable walking through here, you know, even in evening hours or early morning. I do have a question in conjunction with this comment. Is there going to be lighting or cameras to try to, you know, help maintain the safety of the residents and the patrons of the library because of the issues that had been occurring here in the past? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, so we are continuing to study the lighting, and we will come back with the exterior lighting plan for review from the local committee and from this commission. So yes, there will be exterior lighting to help improve safety in this area, as that is one of our highest concerns as a neighborhood organization. There will be security cameras. There will be security cameras from both the housing and from the library. I don't know if someone from the library wants to speak to just generally how typically their security system works, but yes, we do intend to have cameras here, and we do have cameras here in these current locations.
Thanks, Anya. This is John with the library. I can't improve much on what Anya said. There will be CPL cameras around the exterior. We do have a 24/7 manned central station downtown, which keeps an eye on all of our branches.
Ms. Anderson, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Bonazzi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to commend everyone part of this project for the creative, interplay between two programs that you don't usually see together, and that the architects took that truly to heart, which is that you do read this, though, as a unified kind of structure, that it is two very, dichotomous programs coming into like harmony. To speak to fellow Commissioner Anderson's thoughts about the upper form, I might see my vocabulary. I think the bottom part of your form is reading as this kind of dark verticality, which is then being held by the strong roof line. And maybe it's just something conditional to look at, but your upper form is then wrapping up in a horizontal manner. And to me, there's kind of like the verticalityness of the way that you've accented the windows, which is like against the horizontality of all your materials. That makes sense. So you have two moves that are in opposition. So you're framing a vertical window, but all of your materials and the whole building massing is kind of very in this kind of layered fashion. Either way, I like the building as it stands right now, right? I do understand, I have a project of my own that has very tight budgetary constraints, and there's always the inner turmoil. But I don't know if it's something you would be interested in studying, or if you'd be, what's the word, you'd be willing to study, is kind of what would happen if the upper thing took on a more horizontal kind of language in contrast to the verticality of the language that you've created for the library. I don't know if that would give you different results. I think either way, it's a very sensible design with very a great color and material palette, given the constraints. But that's just trying to articulate probably what my fellow commission members are trying to get across, is probably the unease at the moment. But otherwise, I'm very excited about the choices you guys have made in terms of landscaping and the active use on the exterior. I mean, from an architectural standpoint, to pull off that roof and that type of glazing system on this budget is like all super commendable. I know how difficult that can be. And I think it'll be a transformative piece of architecture for the neighborhood. I think people sort of underplay sometimes what really modern looking good architecture can do for a community, and it's great that you're kind of giving this back to that area. Otherwise, those are my only comments for the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonazzi. I'll state my comments now too. I would echo much of what has been said. Mr. Bonazzi articulated what I was going to say also. I think there's just a little bit of a conflict or between the upper design and the lower design right now that, to me, is not, it's a strong solution, but if we could unite those a little bit more through studying the horizontality versus verticality, I think it would be even stronger. Because right now it does feel disjointed between the two portions of the building, in my personal opinion. I do love how you have, I think we talked about this from the original concept presentation, how you have eliminated the curb cut on Detroit. You have really expanded the street presence and filled in, the block to really, in very community focused programming. Mr. Edmond started to articulate one of my questions, which was about the semi-private courtyard, and I will say that it seems a little too public and sterile to me. If this is something that would like to be used as a classroom, to me, you need something to provide that separation from the public sidewalk. And, if it can't be fully landscaped, a portion of it landscaped to really provide that separation but connection to the public domain of the street, but provide that private space like the reading garden at the main library. It does a very great job of providing that separation but connection to the public way. And also just because if that is truly the entrance of the senior housing, we know historically people within those facilities do like to come out and sit and watch, the activity on the street. And this is, really would be their front porch. So the more we can provide some type of in articulation within that area of that courtyard, I think would really just help unite, the space to the building and the program and the purpose of this facility. And then the colors, I think that's I think I've been leery or stated it, the light color as the main field color to me. I appreciate how it is trying to unite with the health campus across the street. But I only wonder the long-term maintenance of that in this type of facility, that color in this type of facility at this location. But overall, I commend the project. I think the program and what you're trying to do on this block is going to be an asset to the neighborhood, and the how you've united these programs is commendable. Mr. Edmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jonathan, I thought your comments about the elevation composition were really interesting and sort of helped articulate something I was trying to put my finger on. Madam Chair, I would certainly echo your comments about the courtyard. One thing that I do think is working in the elevation composition of the residential block is the dark brick on the first story, which sort of, I don't know if plinth is the right word, but it kind of elevates the rest of the building, which I think would otherwise fall rather heavily onto the street if it were a more unified color all the way down. I'm often skeptical of the dark gray brick which is very popular right now, particularly in a residential application, but I think it really works here to help just elevate the upper stories of the facade and make it a little less, less heavy on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmond. Giancarlo?
Yes, thank you. I'm still having some issues with the monolithic element. I'm not seeing any really lightness that I would like to see. I'm not seeing any really engaging architectural features. I like the library portion. I like the angularity of that area, but the building itself seems to be, to me, very uninviting. And I do agree with all the comments you made, Madam Chair, regarding the landscaping and creating more of a private, intimate atmosphere, not only for the library, but also for the residences. And I just get the feeling that, for budgetary reasons or whatever, senior citizens get a bit of a short end of the stick when it comes to architectural integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colicchia. Other questions or comments from the commission? Would someone like to put forward a motion?
I would like to move that we approve the project with all the conditions that we mentioned, including my comments and the comments of that were made by other members of the commission.
So we have a motion, and just to clarify the conditions that, you would like to be added, you would like to be added the return for the lighting, landscaping, and signage.
Yes.
Consideration for the composition of the upper floors.
Yes.
And what other comments, Giancarlo, you want added?
I think adding something to the especially the lower roof, just make it lighter. I think additional landscaping for the roofs, especially the lower roof.
Consideration for future addition of landscaping to the lower roofs, knowing that their budget can't afford it right now.
Correct.
Okay, so we have those conditions with the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Bonezzi,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer, Mr. Dryer, I think you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Edmond,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland, Mr. Strickland,
You're muted.
it looked like a yes, thank you. Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott,
Yes.
the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Just for curiosity, what's the timeline for construction?
I'll say ground up new construction will be late spring, early summer. Demo will should be taking place this spring.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing this project move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next applicant, Casa de Angelo, located at 12505-13 Mayfield Road, new construction. I'd like to welcome the applicant. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Matthew Weimer with WXC Development, and here with me is Robert Maschke and also Robert Fatika, and on the phone this morning, Jack Bialowski as well. We're happy to be back and present the plans to you. We appreciate all of the comments and input that we received following the last meeting. I'll allow Robert to start the presentation now, and then we'd be happy to discuss it with everyone afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. If we can go to the next slide. This is just to refresh your memory. This is the corner of East 126th Street and Mayfield Road. And the building that we're talking about, the current Primo Vino building, is on the left. It's the right sliver of stone. And then on the right, in 1968, it was that deteriorated stone facade being covered up. And the use at that point was only in the basement until the restaurant closed in 2016 or so. Next slide, please. The red area in the center of the screen is our site. When this project was first approved 6 years or so ago, it did not include the little tab on the northwest corner of the site. Subsequently, as the project expanded a little, we were able to acquire a portion of the land. And what that land allows us to do, and we'll show you through the presentation, is it allows us to provide 15 underground spaces that we access through East 124th Place, which is a through street. It also allows us to provide all our services through that access, and it takes off a considerable amount of traffic on East 126th Street on the east side of the red area, which is a dead-end street, and it's very congested, particularly on snowplow and trash days, where trucks back in and out of the street back onto Mayfield Road, which is very dangerous. So we're able to take on and make the site more accessible and take parking off the street. So as we go to the next slide, these are the current conditions of the building now. Next, please. Jack?
So this is a figure ground that shows the sizes and the heights of the buildings in the neighborhood. And what you can see is that it's really a very eclectic grouping of buildings with some very large buildings and interventions, and also a series of open spaces and entries. And one of the ways that we have been thinking about this development relates to Mayfield Road as really the gateway to this neighborhood of Little Italy. And you see the bocce piazza, I guess I would call it, in front of our building, which is really one gateway into the neighborhood. And at the other end, by the tracks, the Tony Brush Park in front of Holy Rosary and Mayfield Station. We really regard these as the sort of gateways into the community. Next slide, please. And here is an aerial view, which really shows, again, the notion of how this is really an eclectic neighborhood. It has small buildings, it has large buildings, some very large buildings. It has lots of different roof forms. Next slide, please. And that relates to the quilt work of the materials and textures that really are the context for Casa de Angelo. These are representative of all of the materials that we see in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. These are elevations of Mayfield Road, again showing the context, the nature of all of these buildings, all of their different roof heights, different roof forms, throughout the neighborhood on both sides of the street. Next slide, please. And here is a larger blow up of the west end of Mayfield Road, showing Mayfield Station, Holy Rosary, and showing the nature of these buildings and what is in between, which is kind of jig-jogging up and down, all throughout, up and down the street. Next slide, please. More context photos. Next slide, please. And again. And here is our site, former Primo Vino, at the east end of the site, and showing the allowable building height based on the zoning.
So from that, we show you an existing diagram of how we got to our concept. You can see we're looking from the southeast side aerial. The trees on the right are the very large tree canopy from Lakeview Cemetery, which is really a beautiful park adjacent to the neighborhood. And so that is the existing Primo Vino building, which is 2 stories above ground, one story under, and a rear parking facility. Next slide. As we take down this building, we take the basement under the existing Primo building and we extend back to the site, and we have access off of 124th Street to our services and our parking. Next, please. And then as we come up, if we extrude the building up to our building limit lines, we have a massing that allows us our framework to start our relationship and contextualness of the building. Next slide. And what we're trying to do with our building is to provide 5 stories for our condominium. The first story is retail and some rear parking. And we're trying to give it some relief to the street, to the buildings, and start to pick up the line of the existing 2- and 3-story buildings along the Mayfield corridor.
Turn left to I-90 East Erie.
Jack, can you mute, please?
Yep, I'm sorry.
And 3, 4, and 5, we are setting back from the first and second floor to provide relief for both the building and the context. Next slide. As we continue to make some of these adjustments and pushes, we start to address entries and articulation on the building to give the building some movement around the site. We did not look at this building as a 2-facade building. As we present this is a 4-sided building, not one side. It's a very democratic building in that all 4 sides are treated with the same type of respect and materiality. Next, please. And as you can see, we start to make further suppressions where we integrate exterior balconies that are carved into the building to allow exterior space. Next. And then you can see the final form of the building. This building relates, and you'll see this a little later,
Turn left to I-90 East Erie.
to our 3 townhouses to the right, which have similar context, but they're more vertical. And we'll get into that as we talk about some of the modifications we made coming out of our last landmarks committee meeting. So next slide, please. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on the plans, but I think the first 2 are very critical. This is the lower level. And so the street on the left is East 124th. You could see the driveway just north of a small 1-story garage. Our entrance to the garage slopes down about 18 to 24 inches. It looks steeper in our diagram, but it's only about 18 to 24 inches. East 124th elevation to East 126th elevation is around 10 or 11 feet. So we have plenty of clearance. And the way we want to address this drive is it is going to be permeable pavers, like a Unilock type paver, a very high quality paver. We're going to have hydronic heating underneath the pavers, so we don't have to worry about snow removal and snow pile up as in other areas. And then we are going to have a path and a green wall to on the north, so that we can provide privacy to the rental house to the north of us, and also shield the cars coming in or services coming into the garage. In the red area, there is a trash room and trash chutes from all the floors that go down to the basement level. Much like you heard in the other project, there'll be bins that fill up, both recycle and trash. As they fill up, the maintenance of the building will swap those out, and on trash day, they'll roll them out the overhead door for pickup and then bring them back in the building. We will not have anything in the outside of the building. There won't be any equipment. There won't be any trash receptacles. Everything is contained within the building. This particular level has 15 parking spaces. We have 7 units in the building. And then when we go to the next slide, please. off of 126th Street to the rear of the building, we're providing 3 guest spaces and bicycle rack storage underneath a full overhang. The building is about 12, 13 feet off the back of the property, so we can get some small deliveries if we need to back into there for the retail space. The retail space is in the orange color, and we're looking at that to be an enoteca. As most of you may know, Robert Fatica, who's in this room, he operated the Primo Vino building for 35 years. When he sold, along with his partner, to Matthew Weimer and his company, he always had an interest in being part of the project in some level. And so this enoteca on the ground floor will activate the street, and we'll show you that later, with Robert coming back with his extensive wine knowledge and creating an authentic Italian wine bar with small plates and great wine. And that will operate in the front of the building, which is all open, and will activate the east end of Little Italy. Access off of Mayfield Road. You see the vestibule and basically the left side of the orange space. In front of the enoteca is landscaping. It's just ground cover. Glass goes floor to ceiling, and it allows us to bring some green space into the project, which you'll see on all levels. We're providing additional trees in front of the building that are not there now. And then we're also providing some site lighting. As you come around the corner off of 126th Street, that's access to the lobby, mailroom, so forth, for the condominiums of Casa de Angelo. And then in the rear of that first floor will be a building office, maintenance office, to support the residents of the building. Next, please. And then as we go up on the second floor, third floor, fourth floor, and fifth floor, 2nd through 4 has 2 units each, a north and a south unit. Units range from 2,200 to just under 2,500 on 2 through 4, and that includes exterior balconies. They're covered. And then the 5th floor is 1 single unit penthouse, which is around 5,000 square feet with multiple balconies. Each unit has its own contained mechanical systems for each. There's vertical shafts. All the equipment is contained, vented through the roof. No or very little equipment will be on the roof. We're anticipating everything can be done in each of the mechanical rooms on each of the floors. Next, please. As you can see, when we go to the 3rd floor from the 2nd, we're dancing the balconies around the building. They don't stack. They're asymmetrical. We wanted the building to have some vibrancy and some uniqueness at every level. Next, please. And you can see how the building also sets back. So it changes the dynamic of the building. Next. And then this is the top floor, which has a balcony facing west and a small balcony on the northeast corner to give views back into the park of the cemetery. Next, please. And then the roof plan. Next. Yeah.
So, sorry, just unmuting. So we thought carefully about the historic context of Little Italy, which caused us to think about the historic context of Italy and Europe and all of the other places that have true long histories, cultural history of great architecture. This is Maison Carrée in Nîmes, France, probably the greatest example of a preserved Roman temple. Next to it, we see a very modern building by Renzo Piano. And throughout all of Europe and all of the places where there is true architectural character and history, the new buildings which are provided respect the old buildings, however, are looking forward as much as they look backward, and even more so. Next slide, please. So that as we look at these various examples, we see modern buildings immediately adjacent to historic buildings here in Turin, Italy. Next slide, please. Or here in Frankfurt, Germany, modern residential buildings that respect the massing of the much older Tudor buildings, but are expressed in modern forms and materiality. Next slide, please. And I think you get the idea. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So throughout all of Europe, in the most sensitive architectural neighborhoods of historic character, interspersed are respectful but very modern buildings. Next slide, please.
So when we first started looking at this development with Matthew Weimer, there's 3 parcels, and so it was 3 phases. The first phase, which has been approved by the Landmarks Commission and is under construction, is our Via 126. And we look to the textures of Italian hill towns to emulate a warmth in a neighborhood. Next, please. And you know, there's no greenery, but there's the beauty and warmth of walking through one of these 1,000-year-old cities. It just has this appeal, and that you want to touch and feel, and you're just it's I don't even know how to explain it, but it's somewhere I think that you want to be. And so that inspired us on the next slide to create our Via 126, which we emulated with hand-formed brick. We couldn't afford or even have the know-how to build a Tuscan town with stone and mud and brick and that could stand the test of time. So we emulated a very contemporary hill town in our townhouses, and we got our cues from the existing townhouse to the right, which was built that we supported when it was going up, to emulate and take on that characteristic and height and go vertical. So now as we move across the street, we needed to be inspired, next please, by a building that can work in a traditional setting, can be a little bit larger because we needed more mass to make the economics of the project work, but we also needed to look at a building material that could carry the size of the building in the proper scale. It couldn't be brick. We wanted it to be a legitimate material, so we went to stone. And so this is an example of another project that we're really inspired by Alvaro Siza, which is in northern Italy. Next slide. And that transition to our elevations. And so the top line is the previous set of elevations that we presented to you last. There were some concerns about, basically, as you can see in the middle, how the top may not have related to the base of the building. And as we went back and took your comments in and restudied the space, the blue at the bottom is our refined drawing. So next slide, please. So this is our west view, and we were able to add more glass, minimize some of the stone at the top level, and curate the glass so that we had some alignment both horizontally and vertically. Next.
Reducing the forehead.
Yes. As we went to the north elevation, we took the suppression out of the middle. We moved a balcony to the northeast corner, which is on the left side of the screen. We wrapped around the glass on the northwest corner, which is the right side of the screen at the second level, to help articulate that elevation as well. Next slide, please. The east side, I think we made our greatest contribution to improving the building. If you remember, we had a very monolithic elevation, and when we went back to look at it, we started to try to understand how can we relate better to the townhouses across the street. And so by taking the connection at the 5th floor back to the elevator lobby of that unit, we were able to break the building into a true north-south building. So it almost emulates in the same scale as the width of the 4 townhouses that are across the street from it. And it also sets up a language for the 3rd phase of the building, which is the little parking lot, the 8-car parking lot on the east side of 126th Street, which we have not yet to design yet. And we also looked at how can we bring some greenery into the building more. So at these setbacks, we get these green curated gardens at every level of the balcony, both either built in or behind glass rails. We can have pots or garden pots, those types of things. Next slide. And then when we came back around to the south elevation, which is the Mayfield Road elevation, we took consideration to open up the glass on the upper left where it just turned the corner, but by pulling it more open, again, as Jack stated, it reduced the forehead of all the stone. I think it ties better into the building. It opens up that space and it dresses Mayfield Road better. Keep in mind the 3rd floor, which is all glass, the 4th and the 5th floor are set back from the first 2 floors, which pick up the line of the current building to the left and similar buildings along the street. Next slide. So this brings us to our material palette. We want the building to be very clean and refined. We see the building being stone. In this particular instance, we're showing you travertine. We see the travertine panels as being an authentic clip stone panel. I know Giancarlo is very familiar with this. These would be what you would see on larger buildings. They're clipped, they have some depth. These panels we're envisioning are running horizontal. They're on a 2-foot high module by whatever we can get the material and length in, and it would just express the horizontalness of the building. We see the windows and the panels between the windows, so they look monolithic, to be aluminum thermally broken windows, full aluminum, not aluminum clad, thermally broken with insulated metal panels to match the frames, insulated glass. The soffits can you go back, please? The soffits, depending on where they exist, will either be white soffits that tie into the white ceilings that go through the glass, or in some instances where the metal turns up, and it would be the metal that matches the windows. And then on the street, we're showing honey locust tree, which matches the honey locust trees in the neighborhood. And then the planters as they go up and down the building. Right now, we're just showing, like a myrtle, but I think this could be a garden. Someone may want to plant basil and arugula, and depending on the season, tomatoes and some of their planters. Others may want curated flowers. I think this is something that will evolve with the association, but we want to see a lot of greenery up and down the building. And then on the inside, we're pulling the same palette of materials in the public spaces. We're bringing the stone in, so when you see our ground floor rendering, you'll see that the stone comes into the Enoteca. We're bringing the warmth of wood in where we use wood, and that would, right here, we're showing an end grain caramel colored bamboo, polished concrete floors where there are concrete floors. And some of the accents to the public space. We're showing right now a statuary marble with concrete floor. And then again, we have white ceilings. Next slide, please. So this is the rendering looking from Fairview, which this street is just west of the bocce court, which is on the right. You could see the building. This is at dusk and how it sets back in on the ground floor. And we'll show you a little close up later, but on the ground floor, you see the wine bar, and then you see the residential units as you go up the building. Okay.
So we really regard this as a fitting entryway into Little Italy, coming down the hill with the tall tree canopy, the wall of the Lakeview Cemetery coming down, and then the piazza of the bocce court in front of this. So the space is actually contained here, and this is a backdrop for the entry.
Next, please. And as Jack alluded to, this is the view from the bocce court, which over the years, the interaction of Primo Vino and those at the bocce court was heavily trafficked. So. Next.
We wanted to show you one more time the figure ground to demonstrate the notion of these two piazzas at the east and west end of Little Italy, of the main drag on Mayfield Road, and how they really are signifiers of actually coming into the heart of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. And again, a reminder with this aerial view of the nature of, the varied nature of the interventions into this neighborhood through many, many years. Next slide, please. These are a series of views actually coming down Mayfield Road. It's interesting that we look at these buildings in strict elevation, but in point of fact, the way that we actually experience them is usually obliquely. So the ability to actually see, the facades of these buildings happens only momentarily as people are passing through. And there's, let's go to the next slide. Because of the tree canopy, because of the nature of the wall, Lakeview Cemetery, and then the next progression leads us to, next slide, please.
So
our entryway.
So this is a view of what you would see in the Enoteca. As most of you know, that building has not had daylight in it since the late 60s. No one's ever used the ground or the second floor as a habitable space. We're activating this end of the street. We're opening up the corner. The entry is mid-block, which allows us to sink the seating down a little under 24 inches. We provide a garden wall to those that are sitting on the inside, but we're providing ground cover to those on the street. As you can see, our trees, we're showing uplighting to our tree canopy to get us some more illumination on the street. And on the edge, and it's hard to see in these renderings, but on the edge of where the stone meets the soffits at all the overhangs, we have a linear lighting system.
400 feet, turn right.
A linear lighting system that will not only illuminate the balconies, but it will also illuminate the ground at the street level to provide additional site lighting.
The only other comment I would make about this is that I think you can see from the second floor setback how the layering of this facade actually respects the facade lines, the datum line of the immediately adjacent buildings, while also managing the function of containing the park piazza across the way. Thank you.
Robert Fatika would like to add one comment.
Thank you again. I was present at the last presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Just a very brief history. I'm a current and lifelong resident of Little Italy and a graduate from the Art Institute. And once that position changed in my life, I decided to open up a restaurant, and I wanted it to be more than just a Italian restaurant with checkered tablecloths and Chianti bottles. And I think we succeeded for 35 years. And prior to the closing of it, we knew that that building had to be demolished and something to replace it. And it was this great opportunity to sell the property to Matthew Weimer and his group, along with, we presented several years ago, as Robert Maschke pointed out, the project to your organization, to the city, and it was approved. So there's a lot of things that changed since then, and there's a lot of things that we all feel has gotten better for that. And I make this presentation as for myself, just in case anybody has any questions for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. That was very helpful to see the progression. We'll start with feedback from the local design review committee.
Good morning, Commission. Ray Christosik, Little Italy Redevelopment. Wanted to give a brief overview of the process this project went through. We did a conceptual review, or our design review committee did a conceptual review of the project several months ago, and there were issues that the committee had, and it had to do with I think the heaviness of the building, not a lot of detail in regards to the elevations and the ins and outs, and so there was concerns in the beginning. We expressed that to the developer, and similar to the comments that the commission made when they did their conceptual review. We conducted a community meeting between conceptual review and now. Over 100 people were invited. A little more than 30 attended the Zoom meeting. That Zoom recording was sent to staff after shortly after that. The comments were from the community were overwhelmingly in support of it. There was one attendee that had some concerns, and that's Mr. Galucci, which I think you received a letter from him yesterday, which I got it. And we had asked the developer at the time to reach out to this individual, which I believe they met or they talked between then and today. So that's kind of like the process we went through. The changes that you're looking at today were presented to us earlier in February, and the committee, I believe, they were satisfied with the changes made and overwhelmingly voted in support of the project. We appreciate the effort of the group to provide owner-occupied housing, and I think the Enoteca space will really add a lot of vitality and life to Mayfield Road at that location. So we voted in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you for that update on the community process. We'll now open the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who'd like to start us off? Mr. Strickland.
Madam Chair, I really didn't think that I would be the first one to provide comments, given the architects that are members of the commission. But I, from my own part, I think that this design and this whole project concept is spectacular. And I just commend the applicants and the architects, the group of architects, Robert Maschke and Jack Bialowski, for the in-depth research they had done and the formulation of this presentation, giving us that historical context and how this type of project has been successfully completed throughout Europe. And the fact that a project of this magnitude could be presented in Cleveland, I think is fantastic. So along with the design review committee, overwhelmingly in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Colicchio?
Yes, I agree that it's an interesting, spectacular design, but I just don't think it belongs where it wants to be planted. I mean, we are comparing Imperial Roman architecture to a modest immigrant neighborhood of Little Italy, so I have some issues with that. Also, you know, you had some beautiful photographs of buildings that were built in historical sites and neighborhood in Italy, but one of the things that those historical groups in Italy and other parts of Europe as well is that they're very conscious, you know, of how that new structure impacts the neighborhood. Now, if we look at some of those photographs that you've shown us, you will see that those buildings, despite the fact that they have these very interesting contemporary materials, they also fit into that space quite well and rather in historical context. Also, this corner of Little Italy, to me, I mean, it's interesting that we look at an entire neighborhood such as an historical neighborhood of Little Italy, but that neighborhood itself has sub-neighborhoods, areas that are especially unique. So this upper portion of Mayfield Road, as we climb the hill, has a rather modest and simple atmosphere. I mean, the building is obviously interesting. The material selection is amazing, although I prefer cleft travertine rather than smooth travertine in this case, personally. It's just too overwhelming for this section of Little Italy, in my opinion.
May I respond?
Of course.
I respect Mr. Colicchia's concern. I would just point him to look directly across the street and to, if we could go back to the aerial photograph that we have here that shows La Collina, Villa Carabelli, and all of the other interventions that this committee has previously permitted on Mayfield Road and in this community, I respectfully disagree with him. And I think that if you look at this, you will see that Mayfield Road is in fact the main place in this neighborhood where larger buildings should be permitted. And if you compare the size of this building to any of the others that we have looked at and talked about, whether it's Mayfield Station, you know, La Collina, Villa Carabelli, this building is much more modest than any of those. So I would maintain that Mr. Colicchia is looking far too localized at just this block as opposed to across the street and the heights of these other buildings and the nature of the interventions.
Well, I do agree that I'm very localized because we are looking at a local historical neighborhood. Also, I'm not sure, first of all, I don't think I proved the other large buildings were created and built on Mayfield Road as a personal record. And secondly, the idea of comparing something to somebody else, I mean, just because a building is built in the middle of somewhere in Rome, Imperial Rome, I might add, it doesn't mean that it's an acceptable. And look, I've been involved with historical projects in Italy, so I'm very well aware that we need to create new spaces in the historical district. But there's a huge effort in Italy to make sure that these buildings fit into the neighborhood. And again,
well,
if you look at some of the photographs that you presented, you will see exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, 30 residents who attended the community meeting, including the ones who live directly across the street, commended the building, and we're very excited to see it, you know, be join into the neighborhood.
I agree.
So,
That's correct. Also, one more issue that I have as far as the Enoteca, I mean, Robert Fatica, whom I've known for many, many years, owned this building for 30 to 40 years, and sadly allowed it to deteriorate to this point now that it's becoming nothing but another property that has to be torn down. That I find a little disturbing, actually.
Well, Robert Fatica is not owning or managing or operating this building. I don't know the specifics.
Robert, he was
alluding to
some years.
But that, I don't think that has anything to do with our project.
Perhaps.
Nor do I think.
If I, you know, I could bring out a lot of conversations about friendships, and Giancarlo is a personal friend, and I know they're friends. Believe me, I wouldn't be here today if I thought that we had the resources to do anything better than what we had. And it's sad to be part of a neighborhood that you do have to tear down a building. And so I'm not and wasn't happy to do that. And I would take total responsibility for the deterioration of that building. But it was more than the responsibility of continue the building. It was the resources, and we didn't have it. And so I realized the position that I was in and looked towards some kind of a future, and this is the future. But I'm not an advocate of tearing anything down, but I'm an advocate of supplying and being part of the neighborhood and its future, and that's why I'm here today. Thanks, John.
is anyone arguing that was a building of significant architectural character that was contributing to the nature of the neighborhood? Not from the photographs that I've seen of it.
It was an historical building. It is an historical building in an historical neighborhood. One of the most encouraging, beautiful things about going there when it was functioning as Primo Vino was its amazing and beautiful simplicity that it had as a locale, versus this new wine bar that we want to create, which seems to be totally unrelated to what's going on in Little Italy, in my opinion.
Well, two things. One, it's a retail space. So whether it be the wine bar materializes or another retail space materializes, it's going to activate the ground floor. But if we go back to the landmarks records, I recall, Mr. Kalikia, that you were supportive of the earlier design in 2014 and approved yes to tear the building down, and supported the original design, which in my opinion is far inferior to the product that we have evolved and presented today.
No, I thought that actually the design was more fitting to the neighborhood. I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was 2 or 3 structures that had an interesting kind of a triangular entrance.
No,
this is just two. It's just two.
It's a single 5-story structure. The only thing that changed were the upper floors got a little wider, and we put more glass in this particular building, but it's the same structure.
Robert,
you may be thinking of Via 126 across the street that were 3 separate buildings.
Maybe, yeah.
But in 2014, we had unanimous approval from the Landmark Commission. And you were on that.
Why didn't you go ahead with that project?
There were financing issues at the time, and then ownership changed.
Okay.
So let's stay focused on the project at hand, because obviously it's helpful to know the history of the site, but let's stay focused on the project at hand here. Giancarlo, do you have additional comments?
Not at the moment, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bonazzi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the unfortunate things about me not being important is that I don't have a private office, so I had to wait till people left my desk to make some comments. I would, you very much took to heart what I said last time about studying these facades and looking at the alignments of things, and the layering of travertine and glass is reading much stronger now. So I commend you for, taking to heart the things that I said and looking at this. And I'd echo what Mr. Strickland said, which is ultimately in Little Italy, this will be a strong cap to the corner. And, it's a very high quality building. I think that's something we could argue about aesthetics all day long, but at the end of the day, to have such a high quality building in the neighborhood is an economic and cultural significance that is something to be commended. So I'm in support of this project as it stands. And I thank you for taking to heart what I said last time.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Bonazzi. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to commend the applicant for using such a high quality material that is, of course, this neighborhood was settled by Italian stonemasons, cutters, and artists. So I appreciate seeing the travertine stone used in this building. I also am concerned about the scale of the building in relation to its immediate neighbors. The residences farther up the hill on Mayfield are set far enough away from the
Lose my coverage. I'm getting this.
This portion of the neighborhood that the impact of the size is not as great as I think this one will be. I think you are going down that corridor of flanked by Lakeview Cemetery and the residences across the street. And I think this will really kind of be a little too dominant.
Please bring back the aerial.
I don't think the aerial shows the relationship of the height of the building, and that is probably what makes it so out of scale compared to the other buildings. And I wanted to mention something. My mother's from Italy. She lived in Rome. And, she would tell me that, they were surrounded with antiquity. There was antiquity everywhere. There was very little land that could be developed for new construction. So when they do put in something new, they just embrace the modern, which is understandable. They want something different. Cleveland's not like that. Cleveland has an overabundance of land. So I don't see the necessity of putting a building like this in this particular location, which is out of scale with the adjacent structures. So those are my.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. There may be an abundance of vacant land in Cleveland. However, in this particular neighborhood in Little Italy, there's certainly not an abundance of land. There's very little. It's a dense, compact neighborhood. And because of that, we recognize and appreciate the opportunity before us, and it's why we have given it so much consideration over such a significant period of time. With respect to the immediate neighboring properties, on one side, it's a two-story structure. On the other side, it's a vacant lot currently. It's along the commercial corridor of Mayfield Road, which has a series of buildings of larger scale than we're proposing here. So I certainly don't think that it's disrespectful to the surrounding context at all. And as I said, we've given it significant consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions and the response. Mr. Edmond, you had questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the sensitivity to scale in any urban fabric. I really don't think this building is really out of scale for its context, though, and I think this aerial photograph does help to show that. Certainly, the townhouses on the south side of Mayfield have a much more imposing presence over the street, as well as the ones to the western end. The townhouses to the east end on the south side of Mayfield are not as tall, but they're at a higher elevation. So I think approaching it from either direction, this would not necessarily be the most imposing thing in your field of view. Although I do think it would sort of greet you as you approach from the east. I also think that the setback from the second to the third floor does make a significant difference on the massing as you would see it coming up and down the street. And I would also echo the comments about simply the quality of the architecture, the materiality, the form making, and so forth. And I think that that notion of embracing the modern within limited space. This is, a pretty dense area, and rather than move out into farther areas, I think embracing the modern within our urban density is a positive thing, and Cleveland could maybe use more of that. So that's my statement, and I'm in support of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmond. Mr. Tarasik?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. May I see the one slide that had the elevations, please? Listing the elevations. I mean, we just went past it, I think. No, there's one before, I think, that has all the elevation heights. If I recall, on Mayfield, there's.
You're looking for the figure ground that has the heights written on?
That's correct.
Of the buildings.
That's
so
correct.
That's the black and white one.
That's correct.
The aerial.
Yeah.
No, that one. That one right there.
Let me try and zoom in a little bit here. So as we go along Mayfield itself, there are only 3 other buildings comparable in height on Mayfield itself. At 66, 70, and 68. So I think the earlier comments about being consistent, I'm not sure that's necessarily consistent with going up and down Mayfield. I think the building's beautiful. I absolutely think the building's beautiful. I love the concept. I think personally share some of the same concerns as Ms. Anderson and Mr. Kalickia. And Mr. Kalickia's one comment about the pictures that were shown in Italy and I think in Germany, I think was one of the other ones from Germany. They really did seem, at least in my personal opinion, to really fit into the character of the other buildings that were around them more than the one we're seeing here. And again, those are just my comments.
Well, some of the images that we did show you, they may seem like they're fitting in because the buildings that they're adjacent to are also taller. So our strategy to help assimilate into the context was have the setbacks for 3, 4, and 5 so that the second level ties into the height of the adjacent building and some of the other shorter buildings in the neighborhood. And then by peeling the facades forward and backwards to create balconies or view corridors, it also helps exaggerate that setback so that we can pull it back from the street. We did not want to have happen to what happens in the mid-block next to the Mayfield Theater on the south side with La Colina, to have this Berlin Wall sheer facade of brick and what other materials that are there, which is really imposing. So that was our strategy, and I think we were very successful. The economics do not allow us to develop this land with a 2-story or even a 3-story building to make this work economically. You know, we have the other issue that the library project had earlier, right? They're trying to do an aggressive project with no budget, and so they're dumbing down their materials. We're trying to do a super high quality project that we can be proud of for the community and for the city of Cleveland that you don't see from developers every day. Maybe very rarely in a decade you see a level of project like this. So for us to achieve that, we need a little more density in the units to carry the cost.
Any other questions or comments, Mr. Tarasik?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll just conclude with my thoughts because I think everyone had a chance to speak. You know, I do appreciate and echo what Mr. Bonezzi said. Thank you for listening to some of the feedback you received from us specifically last time, and really looking at the articulation of this and taking it from something that was very austere to something that has a little bit more more permeable elevation, so that it doesn't feel so heavy on the site. I still am concerned, you know, I still have reservations, I'll say, because of the height and how it, you know, interacts some with the other buildings. But I think the way you've tried to respond to address that is definitely appreciated, both on, you know, the south elevation and the west elevation. Have you guys studied, or do you have a view of what it looks like from traveling, I'll say, east on Mayfield Road, and, you know, what that approach is up the hill? The renderings.
We do not have a rendering, but we've studied it in our modeling.
Because I think that's, you know, obviously that's, you know, I think this site has the ability to support an anchor, support a taller building, because it's sort of the bookend of the, you know, this street. And it's the approach up that, you know, I think we spoke about last time versus the approach, you know, down the hill from, you know, the cemetery. That, yeah, how you've addressed, can you just show that elevation again in Carl of, you know, what the west elevation is? That's the south.
East, west. There's west.
That's the west. Okay. Well, I think the additional glazing and providing, you know, more permeance, making this elevation a little bit more permeable versus, you know, as solid as it was before, or what I remember of it, I think has improved the design. You know, I think this is just one of those I appreciate, and the additional context photographs that you included, because it does demonstrate trying to fit into the context and how the union of, you know, modern and, you know, historic structures can work well together. Yeah, I think, you know, this is just a very interesting area of the neighborhood, because it does go from the larger structures down to more of the 2-story structures. But I do appreciate how you're trying to respond to them, at least on the west and the south elevation, so that it doesn't, it blends better with the smaller structures that are 2 stories, like on Mayfield Road, and or responds and doesn't become as overbearing on that west elevation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Giancarlo?
From a different perspective, I'm curious about the parking situation. So you have a partial underground parking lot with an entrance on Mayfield Road? Is that what I'm seeing from the drawings?
No,
No?
No.
the parking is off of 124th Street for the residences of the building.
Okay.
And it's on the, right in there.
Yeah.
That's the entrance, and that's for the residents and services of the building. On the next slide, please. There are 3 guest spaces and guests for bikes underneath an overhang off of 126th. And to accommodate, if it's whatever the retail component is, and we anticipate it to be a wine bar, it would take care of parking, much like all the other restaurants and bars do with the valet system in the neighborhood.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Pettit?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will defer to the commission discussion. I just wanted to address the history of the building itself. I just want to remind the commission that we have 2 actions to take today, one for the demolition of the existing building and one for the new construction. The building we know as Primo Dino was built in 1900. It was built by Giuseppe and Caroline DeTuro. The family established a restaurant and bar in the building. It has a very colorful early history. It was designed by the architectural firm of Steffen, Searles and Hirsch, which is a significant Cleveland firm from the early 20th century. I have never seen a good photograph of the building. So it's hard to speak to its significance, but we do know that prior to 1972, it was significantly altered, with the facade, the Mayfield facade that it has today. It is my opinion that the building has lost its historic integrity, its architectural integrity. We did approve the demolition in 2014. We have had a couple of site visits to the building. So I think, staff supports the demolition. I know there's a lot of disagreement about the new construction, and I'll leave that to the commission to sort out. My only feeling about the new building, and I do think it's an improvement over the version that we saw 8 years ago. I wish it were more rustic. I don't know what cleft travertine is, but I think a more rustic material might better serve the inspirations from Italy that you're trying to address, and that's my only comment about the new construction. Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. Additional questions or comments from the commission? Or would someone like to put forward a motion? Oh, Mr. Bonezzi, I just saw your hand up.
Oh, I was just going to speak to Don's thing about cleft travertine. I will acknowledge, as someone who has to make renderings, that is an incredibly difficult material to render. But that was all. It's a difficult material to render, Donnie. So if it's not coming out as rustic, it is a pretty rustic material in terms of its like veracity and differentiations. I just wanted to clarify so everyone is aware from a digital standpoint.
Thank you.
If I might add, when we received unanimous approval a couple weeks ago from Little Italy Design Review, we agreed, since everything's been on Zoom, that prior to final selection of material, we would get physical samples of the stone and the glazing and the metal so that people can actually see and feel and look at the final materials. We want this building to be as lovely as everybody else does. And so we want that approval as well. We're not going to go back and work in a vacuum. So we will present physical materials. So if that helps satisfy landmarks that you will see the final materials, we would be happy to share that as well.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to be clear in this record, cleft travertine has been used for several thousands of years and is still quite used. So it's not a difficult material to work with. And I think Robert knows that very well. But I agree. I think that a cleft, more organic look would look a lot more interesting in this building and in this environment.
Well, we'll certainly explore that.
I think you have cleft travertine on one of your sample boards.
Yeah, we'll certainly explore that when we get our physical materials.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And I think, yeah, it is a very interesting material, and the cleft could add some interest to the building. And it would be the actual material seen it might encourage you to across the entire building certain areas to relate to the stone that is in other areas of the neighborhood. Additional questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion? Mr. Strickland.
Chair, I would move that we approve the project as presented with the final materials being submitted to staff for record.
All right, so we have a motion with one condition. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Oh, double.
All right, Mr. Edmund, I think you first word in, so we have a second. Further discussion? All right, actually, I'm going to pause there. Don, procedurally, do we need to approve the demolition first? Or I believe the motion is on the plan, the new proposal.
Yes. Madam Chair, I think
So-
it's appropriate to act on the concept plan first. And then we'll act on the demolition separately. So we do have a motion. I assume Mr. Strickland's motion is just for the new construction, correct?
That is correct. And not approving a concept plan, but.
Yes, forgive me, I didn't mean that. We're here for final approval today.
Right.
I thought the demolition was already approved.
We have not taken action on it. Our action from 8 years ago is no longer standing. So we have to act again. I would also encourage the commission to incorporate some salvage of the existing facing stone on the east elevation and the rear elevation as part of the demo action when we get there.
Was that considered in the previous discussion?
It was.
Yes, we have talked about it and potentially either reusing it on the site or somewhere else.
The developer was agreeable.
Yeah.
Okay. So
let's stay focused on, we can come to the demolition here in a second. And I'm sorry, I'm the one who sidelined us here for a second. I just want to make sure we were addressing each portion of this case appropriately. So, Mr. Strickland, you clarified that your motion was related to the new construction. Mr. Edwin, is your second related to the new construction, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
are we adding the use of existing material to that motion or not?
I think we
The
should.
motion included submission of the final materials to staff for record.
Giancarlo, you need to expand that condition for consideration of using a cleft travertine.
Yes.
So you're,
Yeah, that seems to be unclear to me. Are we using the existing material or not?
Just to clarify, we agreed with Little Italy Design Review that we are going to try, and with Don Pettit and Landmarks earlier, that we are going to try to save as much as the existing stone of the building.
And use it.
We're going to use it not in this building, but we're going to use it maybe in a future building in the neighborhood, or work with Little Italy Redevelopment where they can utilize the stone in a future project within the neighborhood. We're going to salvage it and store it and have it available for a future project for the neighborhood.
and we can add that condition with the demolition discussion that we're going to have next, or a condition. Does that clarify things, Giancarlo?
Somewhat.
Okay, so we have a request to amend the condition to expand it for consideration of a cleft terrazzo. Mr. Strickland, do you agree with that?
Yes, yes, Madam
Mr.
Chair, I agreed with that.
Mr. Edwin, do you agree with that with your second? Okay. Any further discussion? All right, then Mr. Pettit, could you please call roll and announce the results?
Ms. Anderson,
No.
Mr. Bonezzi,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
No.
Mr. Dryer, Mr. Dryer, I think you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Edmund,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
No.
Ms. Trott,
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes 5-3.
Thank you for the presentation. We look forward to you moving this forward. Oh, actually, we're not done yet. I'm sorry. We need to move on to the next part of it for the demolition of the existing building. Is there any discussion from the commission that needs to have on, in addition to what we've already had related to the demolition, or would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I was at the site visit, and the building is in a sorry state. The roof has, probably needed to be replaced, over a decade ago, and the building is completely waterlogged all the way down to the basement. It saddens me that nobody interceded and, took care of that roof earlier, because I think the basic structure, and it's stone, and it looks like it probably wouldn't have gone anywhere except for the roof being allowed to deteriorate to such a sad state. So I just want to say, from seeing the building, it does not really look salvageable. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for that insight, Ms. Anderson. That's helpful. Other questions or comments regarding the demolition? Would someone like to put forward a motion? Would someone like to put forward a motion regarding the demolition of the existing structure? Mr. Edwin?
I'll propose a motion that the demolition be approved with the provision that the owner endeavor to reclaim stone for future reuse.
Thank you for that motion with the one condition. Do we have a second? Mr. Dryer?
Yes, I'll second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dryer. Further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Bonezzi,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Edmund,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
The motion for demolition is approved unanimously.
Excellent. Well, once again, we look forward to seeing this project progress and your consideration to continue to look at the materiality for this, because it's going to be a great asset for the neighborhood.
Thank you so much for your consideration.
Yes,
Much
thank you very much.
appreciated.
Thank you. That concludes our certificate of appropriateness for today. We'll move on to concept plan reviews. We'll begin with Brooklyn Masonic Temple Lofts on Pearl, 3800 Pearl Avenue, mural concept for the Clark Fulton Public Arts project. Sorry. Welcome the applicant. Please open your mic and tell us about your project.
Hi, this is Susie from Metro West Community Development Organization. So this has gone through concept review and been approved. This is part of a larger public art project along 25th Street and Fulton in the Clark Fulton neighborhood. And so because the Masonic building, which has been through some recent reviews for the architectural changes they're making, because it's a historic building, we are now going through this process to make sure that we are okay to install this heat-applied vinyl mural to the building once it has been restored and is in final shape after the work that's planned on being done to it. And the mural design is by Augusto Bordelois, a local artist. So if you want, I can just run you through kind of the details. I won't give you all the background information, but this is part of a collaboration with Metro Health and with Land Studios through a grant they received from the National Endowment for the Arts. And so we've been working a lot with the neighborhood and stakeholders around themes, artists, and locations for these projects. You can go ahead. And then you can just, as kind of an overview of just the loop, just down West 25th Street between 71 and 90 and Fulton, in kind of approximately the same area will be a couple sites. And then there's some other art that's kind of being wrapped into this along Meyer and Sackett. So you can go ahead. This is the building. So as you can see, it needs a little love. It's in the process of being renovated so that the top 2 floors will be residential. And this south-facing wall, so it's on Pearl, West 25th Street, kind of just north of Denison, and it's right next to a McDonald's. So this wall faces south where the McDonald's is if you turned onto Pearl from Denison, and you'd be facing this large wall. The only difference, as you'll see in the plans from what it looks like now, is that it will be restored and there will be some windows cut into it. One of them, which will be within the mural, which you'll see is worked into the design. You can go ahead. This is just some of the artist's work, some of his fine artwork. You can go to the next slide. Just more representative of his mural work. So he's he teaches and works with communities. So he's very open to community suggestions. So for the mural, we have been working with residents of Brooklyn Center and different people in the community to give feedback on the concept, the colors, the theme, and that which has taken all into account into his mural design. So you can go to the next slide. And this is just his rough mural sketch, not representative of the color palette. He's still working on a digital painting right now. That will be his final design, but this will give you an idea of the layout on the building, how it fits around the windows that will be installed into the building, and the architecture is inspired by Brooklyn Center architecture as was a common request from many of the residents who weighed in on the concept. And then it just is a celebration of the diversity and the creative aspects of the neighborhood. And we wanted to have it installed high enough so that it would be protected from anyone who might kind of stroll by and want to peel it off the walls. So it's going to be out of reach from people that are pedestrians passing by. So it'll be up high on the top of the building, going from the back of the building to the front of the building. And then just to alleviate any concerns about the condition of the building, they will be patching up any of the cracks and holes and inconsistencies that are there now, which might make adhesion a little more difficult, so that it will be able to be adhered nicely to the building once it's updated. And that might be, and then this is just a larger context shot of how it will fit onto the building. You can see to the right there, that's where it faces 25th Street. And then the back of the building where there will be more windows from the residential areas. And then I think that is it. So if you have any concerns or questions, that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do we have feedback from the local design review committee?
Madam Chair, this was reviewed conceptually by the Near West Design Review Committee on January 12th. Their only comment was that they recommend a vertical mural to avoid the new window punch-outs. I want you to know that Tara Petras is with us today, the city's public art coordinator. Staff has reviewed this, and we feel that we can support it based on the quality of the artwork, based on the application of the heat applied vinyl. But I guess my only other comment would be that I think they should probably investigate pulling it in from the edges of the building just to better frame it and to better respect the architecture of the main facade.
Thank you for the update, Mr. Pettit. Before we go to the commission questions or comments, we'll go to Ms. Petras.
Thank you, Julie. Yeah, as Don said, it did get approval from the Near West Design Review. That was before they were presented with an actual concept. So their recommendation regarding the vertical mural was to accommodate the elevation that would be on that side of the building. But I think respectfully that what the artist has done by incorporating the windows into the actual mural as part of the artwork greatly respects the building, and I think it's a better outcome with the landscape oriented mural versus a vertical mural to the right of the mural, to the right of the windows. We did confirm also that the building isn't receiving any historic tax credits, which would then therefore allow them to apply this to the building. And I think that their recommendation or their proposal, the artist's proposal, is great. We did ask that regarding the heat applied vinyl, which is easily removed if the mural were to go into disrepair, that they initially they were going to stop it at the top of the building, but we asked them to stop it at the below the parapet at the top of the building. And then any architectural detail that wraps around from the front should also be avoided. But I think that what they came up with was an excellent solution to make it more site specific by incorporating the windows into the art. So I'm very supportive of this project and how they handled the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview and feedback on the mural. We'll now open the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Mr. Edwin, I saw your hand up, but it seems to be down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tara actually answered all my questions, so I think it's great. That's all.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really commend the quality of the artwork. I think this art, and I probably am stepping a little out of bounds here because I don't think we're supposed to really discuss the artwork itself, but I think this artist has shown that he can produce some very high quality, very beautiful images. I'll be honest with you, I really like the sort of monochromatic example that we have before us. I actually would probably prefer that, much prefer that to a full color image. I am concerned. There was reference to other murals going in the area, and I'm concerned that we're going to create a corridor like we have along Detroit, where, at least in my opinion, I think there's too many murals. I think it gets visually busy, and you get this cacophony of color and subjects coming at you. I think less is more when it comes to these murals, but this is a lovely image. I totally agree that the image should be framed by the building. It should not go all the way to the edges. If the artist can incorporate the window openings, all to the better. But yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Giancarlo?
Yes, I like the Russo's work very much. I actually collect it. But as I mentioned many times before, I don't really like temporary art. Although I agree with Michelle's comments, and I think if we're more subdued and more like, I say more black and white rather than so, I don't like the windows being there. I would not vote for this.
All right. Thank you for that feedback, Giancarlo. Other questions or comments from the commission? I'll state mine right now then. I think it's very, and this is an area that, has, doesn't have the integration of the art that we do have in other districts. So I do think this could be a great addition to this area and this blank wall. I do agree, though, that I think it should be framed more. I think it's very creative how the artist has focused on the windows to integrate them into the mural rather than have them feel like they're removing part of the mural. But I do think having it framed more and pulled back from, or at least pulled back from the edges of the building would be more appropriate. Based on, the conversation, I don't mind the color configuration of it and how it could be an extension of the red brick masonry wall rather than an addition on it. And I think that's just something we can start to consider as, where it's appropriate to interject more color. And this may be it looking at the neighborhood, but also how, as Giancarlo said, black and white, or, the monolithic expression that you have on the screen, it could also work. Those conclude my comments. Other questions or comments from the commission?
And I would just say we definitely are taking in consideration, framing it more. So we're kind of this was kind of a rough sketch, and then now we're working with the architect. Just kind of have to figure out the measurements so that we can get it printed and it will fit nicely. So yes, we are going to try to get it, so that it kind of fits more nicely within the edges of the space rather than, it won't be wrapping around. But that's just something as he didn't really have those details as he sketched up the design. And as far as the color palette, I would say he's taken into consideration more kind of what the community and residents have requested. And I would say knowing what this area looks like, out of context, I can see what you're saying about monochromatic looks nice and everything, but knowing how ugly this area is in a lot of other ways and drab, I personally think it needs some color, but I think that's sort of a subjective thing. And also as far as comparing it to Detroit, where there's like an accumulation of murals, these murals in this project are much more spread out along West 20. It's a much larger span that this project is, and technically all the rest of them are actually in Clark Fulton. So this one, it was actually kind of nice to squeeze this one into Brooklyn Center, because this is the only mural from this project that will make its way into Brooklyn Center. So they're not really clustered, especially along this end of the project.
Thank you
If
for
I could
that.
add to that, yeah, this particular mural is, it's obviously part of the larger project with the Clark Fulton Metro Public Art Plan, but this one is this is the southernmost project on this plan, and like Susie said, they are spread out a lot more, so it's not a lot of heavy condensing in one particular area or street.
Thank you for that feedback. Giancarlo?
Yes, so this is a temporary piece with a time limit, right? And it's not going to be it's going to be painted on campus or vinyl? Is that?
No, it's digitally painted. So he's painting it digitally, and then it will be heat applied vinyl. So technically, yes, it is temporary, but they can stay up for a really long time. And because it will be, not in an area where somebody could walk by and peel it off, the ones that are, in more protected areas tend to stay up. I mean, there are some that I've seen up for over 5 years in other places. So, that was just due to the historic nature of the building.
Right, but it's, does it have a designated time, a period of existence?
It's like the goal is 5 years or more, but the owner of the building wants it to be up as long as it's in good condition. He would love to do another one, in a future date, and have like a rotating mural on his building forever, if there were an opportunity for him to be able to do that. So there's no end date.
Okay, thanks.
I've seen heat applied vinyl last for 7 years or more. And I think the fact that it's up so high on the building, as long as it's done within the temperature parameters to make sure it adheres properly, then it can last for several years. And the fact that the building owner is willing to change this out for other artwork in the future, should it come into disrepair beyond that date, I think is a great idea.
Well, I think one of the issues I always have with murals and or contemporary art is that once it's done, its care and maintenance is really it's not in the hands. It's not the responsibility of the artist, but it becomes responsibility of whoever owns the building. Is that the case here also?
Well, that would be with the support of Metro West, and that's where we, come in to support the building owners in this situation, because, while it is their property, it's not his project. So we would support, if there was maintenance needed.
So Metro West actually has an art maintenance program of some kind?
No, with these projects, we try to build in a little bit into the budgets of the project, so that if that, unexpected, unforeseen circumstances arise, I can do that. Because I know that's something that bothers me too. Nobody ever thinks about the maintenance of projects, but, like I was part of the project in 2016 with a lot of the Hingetown murals, and, some of those got tagged and needed maintenance, and Ohio City Inc. built in some maintenance budget into that, and I was able to help with some of the maintenance even after I was not working on the project anymore. I came back to help repair some of them. So
Very
that's
good.
something on my mind for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Giancarlo. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I think it's a beautiful, beautiful mural. I do think that it would look less like a billboard if they stuck with the monochromatic palette here. I think when you start adding all kinds of colors, you're competing with, whatever the Geico Gecko ad or whatever. I think this sets it apart from that look. I really think there's a kind of an elegance to this that would be lost by adding more color. So I really like to see them take that into serious consideration. And also might hold up better, less likely to fade than, things like blue, which tend to fade. So that's just one addition I wanted to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, knowing this isn't the final artwork, and I think what would be helpful, my comments to the proposal, or my continuation, my comments, I should say, are that I think some context, Carl actually mentioned this in the chat, that some additional context photos to accentuate, what this area of the neighborhood looks like would be helpful. Reviewing it on Google Earth, as you've been speaking, it's helped me understand the context more than I think is apparent in the presentation right now. So, as you continue, knowing this is a conceptual review right now, really to talk about the location and how it addresses the architecture more than the content of the mural itself. As you continue to develop this and come back for final approval, I would request that you include some contextual photographs of the adjacent buildings and up and down Pearl Road, so that we can collectively, see the area when you bring back the final proposed artwork.
Sure.
Any additional questions or comments from the commission? Not seeing any. Does the applicant feel like you've had sufficient feedback on your proposal to continue developing it?
Yep, I think that's really helpful, and I can bring that to the artist and architect and building owner, and we can, adjust as necessary. The only piece that, I would say is, just in regards to the color palette, just, personally, as someone at the community development organization, I really want to value what the feedback we got from the actual neighborhood and the people who live, the residents, that live on the streets, with the architecture that inspired the mural and the color palette that's inspired the mural. I see the point, but I also, I think it's important to listen to the community, and, not one person requested a monochromatic color palette in that context. So I think maybe if it's possible, we can, maybe he can come up with his first draft, and maybe since it is digital, it's possible we could have a couple options. He might be able to give different versions of his final draft so that we could look at those. So I can talk to him about that and see what he thinks, and work to make something that will make everybody happy.
Excellent. We appreciate that. And I think Giancarlo made a great point that I know through some of the other mural programs, and Tara can help. This is just developing that long-term maintenance plan. I think is essential for these great additions to the neighborhood. But without a maintenance program, it can become a detriment sometimes too. So we'd encourage you to develop that as you're developing the final design for this mural. Well, thank you for the presentation. We'll now move on to our second applicant in concept plan review. It's located at 5416 Detroit Avenue, new construction concept of a pocket park, plaza, and petite commercial development at the Waverly and Oaks project.
I have a question before you guys move on. Does this mean it's conceptually approved, or the mural?
We don't Go
Or
ahead,
you
Don.
don't vote
Sorry.
for concepts?
Go ahead, Julie.
Nope, go ahead, Don. You're the procedural.
We don't take action on concept plans. We
Okay.
just give feedback and direction. And I would just add one other note. When you do come back, I think it would help to do a rendering, have the artist do a rendering that shows the mural on the actual building and not just an outline of the building. That might help us better understand how it works on the building. That's all.
Great, can do.
Thank you. Thank you. And Madam Chair, I just want to point out that the next two items, the next two concept plans on our agenda are related. It's the same project. One is for new development and one is for demolition. But both are concept, and we won't be acting on either one today.
Thank you for clarifying that. Then we'd like to welcome the applicant to unmute your mic and tell us about your project. Mr. Strizzi, I see him on the list, and you look unmuted. We cannot hear you.
How's
or at least
that?
I can.
Is that
There
better?
we go. Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So thanks for having us. This is Justin Strizzi with Bond Street Group, the owner of the properties we're going to be talking about. I'm shared with my partners, and also Dimmitt Architects is on as well. To give a little context, the three properties that we're talking about, highlighted on this slide here, going from left to right, is 5428 Detroit, which is a two-story existing building, the former Minon space, future Banter space, which is, we are not proposing anything to happen there. Moving to the east is a currently vacant lot with a tall gate. And then 5416, which is the obsolete warehouse building, which is the subject of the demolition proposal. These are the three lots that are immediately east and adjacent to the new construction apartment project that broke ground in October. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Another context in the next slide, please. And one more. So this is a couple exterior images of 5416 Detroit, which is a warehouse building that I'm sure Carl can give a little more context as to the history, but built, as far as we understand, early 1900s, but has been renovated and modified over a number of times, and some in more recent years. It's a two-story structure in the front, and then a larger warehouse space towards the back. It's been unoccupied for quite some time, kind of used as general storage for the owners of the space. We can go to the next slide, which shows some interior images. Top two images in the bottom left show the ground floor space as it exists today. The bottom right image is the vacant apartment that exists facing Detroit today. You can see the block windows that we saw on the facade. And then next slide, please. And this is the rear of the space, kind of standing in at the top left. You're standing in the vacant lot at 5420 Detroit. And then the other three images are of the warehouse space, which again has been modified over time, over a number of years. And then so if we can go back to the previous slide. So the proposal here is, when we've met with the commission last spring about the new construction project next door, there was a lot of conversation and concern about parking. And that conversation has kind of continued over the past 12 months. We've met with a lot of folks in the neighborhood, business owners and leadership, about the real parking concerns and need. Our position has always been to really minimize the built parking that we're providing, but also importantly, to ensure that the project is not creating a new parking burden on the neighborhood. So our goal is to achieve slightly greater than a 1-to-1 parking ratio. And to that end, when we had met with the commission last year, we had discussed that we were in the works on parking agreements with adjacent properties. Those conversations led to the acquisition of these 3 properties and kind of allows us to propose the plan that we're going to be talking about today. And again, what we're attempting to do is work within this balance between addressing the concerns of the neighborhood with regards to parking, while also respecting the pedestrian nature of the district and kind of the evolving pedestrian experience along this block, and also maintaining kind of an interesting and active street front that extends really the length of this block between West 54th and West 58th. And also importantly, to shield, to the extent possible, the view of the cars from that pedestrian experience from the sidewalk and from the street. So we can go to slide 8, please. And then one more. Yep. And then if we could zoom in on kind of the parcels in question, hopefully Zoom is an option.
Yeah, each of the commission members has the ability to zoom on their own.
Okay. Yes. So what we're focusing on here is kind of everything to the right of the larger blue outline. And what we're proposing is a plan that kind of exists and is being presented in 2, I guess, states is what I would call it, and mostly to address a concern from local leadership about additional speculative commercial space. So what we're proposing in the short to medium term plan is a 38 space surface parking lot that kind of spans these 3 parcels following the demolition of the warehouse building and the removal of that fence. There's currently a single curb cut that exists at 5420 property in the middle. We're maintaining that as the only curb cut. It's going to shift a little bit to the west to butt up against the existing 2-story building to make for a more, not just a more efficient parking area, but also to provide a larger space for what we're proposing in this short to medium term plan as a pocket park. It's roughly 1,800 square foot pocket park with landscaping and fencing to block the view of the parking lot. It includes seating and tables, some bicycle parking, a couple of materials that we're working with in concept. And it's worth noting here that this is the single curb cut that exists along Detroit on the parcels that we're developing. There have previously been 3. We have eliminated the 2, the one that ran, if you can see, between the larger building and the smaller 2-story building. That had previously been a driveway, which we're now really joining these 2 parcels, and that's going to be activated through an outdoor patio and seating area for the commercial tenant. And we've shifted a majority of the residential traffic to Tillman to the north. So if you are zoomed in on the parking lot and park, that the rear dimension of the park is defined by it's kind of a continuation of the setback that's defined by the landscaped area and fence of the adjacent Gordon Green property to the east. We really continued that dimension, creating approximately 22, 23 foot setback of this park. And that's kept to kind of the front edge of those larger trees. And then we can also included here, in addition to the surface parking, is the dumpster space that's going to be enclosed and serve the commercial tenants of both properties. And we can jump to the next slide, which shows some initial concept images of how we and Dimmitt are envisioning this pocket park. We do want to, while we do see it as temporary, which I'll talk about next, we are planning to invest in this park and to make it something that's
that's functional um, and attractive to the neighborhood, and it actually has a use beyond just a future use. Has a current use. Then the medium to long-term plan calls for that pocket park to really be serve as the footprint for a small scale to be built commercial space. And this is something that, so we could jump to slide 11. So there you can kind of see how the pocket park has morphed into a building outline. And you know, we're really excited about this concept of introducing a future space and structure to add pedestrian experience and further fill in this block between 54th and 58th, and potentially add some interesting and diverse kind of commercial architectural typology to the block as well. Of course, that's down the road. That would have to go through, you know, various design approvals, come back to local and to this commission as well. But that's kind of the medium to long-term plan. And we could jump to the next slide, which shows some potential, just some images of small scale commercial spaces that we found interesting. And if you're zoomed out now, you can see there's 3 rows of pictures here. And it really shows a spectrum from traditional materials and traditional spaces to something that's more contemporary materials, contemporary space. And it would likely be designed in partnership with a future commercial tenant. And, you know, we've even discussed the possibility of a live-work concept with maybe it's 2 stories and the retail operator lives above the space, and you're kind of thinking of an allusion to the historical character of the neighborhood, and particularly of the properties that we're working on, where all of the commercial space was owned and operated by the folks that lived upstairs. So if we could jump back to slide 4, that concludes our presentation for conceptual conversation here. And look forward to discussing it further and answering any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We will move on to feedback from the local committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was reviewed by the Gordon Square Design Review Committee on December 8th. There was support for the project. We discussed the history first, and I'll throw that in here as part of this now. This is originally built in 1914 as a laundry, and it spent most of its time as a laundry. There had been a fire a couple of years later. There has been additions over time, and this most recent addition in the front was put on, as we guessed, in the 1970s and 1978 with the 2 second story, and then the back portion has been added since then. We had a site visit, and it really doesn't have much in the way of integrity, or I don't feel it really contributes, in my opinion, to the historic district, but that's my opinion. We think we had a good turnout, and I think the committee felt that same way, and I don't think they had an issue with the demolition. The questions partially rotated around about this landscape plaza park amenity. They felt it was a great temporary use, but they wondered how it would be communicated, that how would this landscape or this amenity go away at a later time? How would that be communicated to the neighborhood? They noted that the total acreage for the entire Waverly and Oak project has now jumped to over 1 acre. So a stormwater development plan needs to be completed. They talked about the PRO requirements, and I will have my colleague Adam Davenport from City Planning talk about that in a minute. It would need a variance because it needs 40 feet. And there were some concerns about that. There was concern about the loss of this brick wall and the impact on Gordon Green next door to lose their space there. And Phil Kidd from Northwest Neighborhoods is here, and I think he can speak more to the CDC's position on this. So that was the main things that I took away from that. They were supportive of the project, but there were those few items that came, and they would have that parking screen with the landscaping. And when it goes away would be the main issue. Thank you.
And just thanks, Carl. Just to clarify, the presentation that was presented at local in early December, we have addressed some, if not all of those comments. So happy to get into that further, but just wanted to point that out that this is a modified version from what those comments were about in December.
Thank you for clarifying that. So what was modified? Can you clarify that? Just so
Absolutely.
we understand what they saw versus what we're seeing.
Sure. So we had actually presented, I believe it was 40 spaces. And those 2 spaces, if you're looking at the pocket park, they were taken by a bench with a setback, and then that larger tree on the right side. We further defined and clarified kind of materiality. At that time, we didn't have the inspiration images of the park, how we're seeing it develop, or the small scale retail images either at that time. And some of what we had heard from the local committee was kind of questions surrounding the scale of the commercial. What kind of tenants could this serve? What might this look like? And while we're not giving a definitive answer to that, we're kind of providing some imagery to help guide that conversation. Because there was question about if that size is realistic, and our belief and kind of proof of concept exists within a lot of these images, and not just those images, but a lot of commercial spaces within the near west side and within Cleveland. And then there's additional landscaping. The plan has just been further developed as far as landscaping and shielding of the space. And we've continued the conversations with the folks at Gordon Green about cooperating on how to maintain the integrity of their exterior event space. And while blocking the cars and the headlights from their event space, and kind of just been an open dialogue between how we can work together to maintain the integrity of that boundary.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's helpful.
And also, I apologize. The stormwater has also been resolved as well. We're glad that was brought up at the local review, and we've been working with our civil engineers to resolve that.
Are you looking at underground?
Yes.
To resolve it? Got it. Thank you. All right, then we will open up the floor for questions or comments. And just to, apologize, I didn't say this earlier. Since this is concept, we are not voting. We're just giving you feedback on the design at this time. Questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Brunges, your hand is still up. Is there more?
Yes. Would you like to hear from Mr. Davenport for the?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please. Mr. Davenport, please update us.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. The other side of the office, the Planning Commission, has definitely been supportive of this project over time. I've had conversations with Justin and the team over there at Bond Street about kind of the pedestrian retail overlay and what we're seeking to kind of maintain or create in the future in regards to that. So that's kind of our overlay, speaking to very great neighborhood walkability, and trying to either maintain that, or in this case of the project, form that in the future, as it relates to certainly like the rest of Gordon Square, kind of further west along the Detroit Avenue corridor. In regards to kind of that specific rule, we were very happy to see, the original development with no curb cut on Detroit, all parking kind of rear loaded in a way off of Tillman. This current plan maintains the existing curb cut, which we're fine with. If they did have to you know, if they were pouring like an entirely new one, they would have had to come kind of before the planning commission for a conditional use approval. Tied in with that rule though is our requirement of no parking within 40 feet of the frontage of, you know, of road lines, or sorry, of parcel lines. In this case, I think the proposed dimension is 22. So our, you know, I've expressed this to Justin before. I think our preference would be to maintain that 40 feet off of Detroit. That would eliminate the need for them to go before planning commission asking for that conditional use and to BZA for that variance overall. I think essentially that rule is in place because of situations like what we see before, where although the micro retail examples that Justin is citing, I think are actually very good examples of those spaces, like out at Mitchell's Ice Cream in Van Aken or the Warby Parker store in Pinecrest. Like those, I think, could work here very verifiably so. I think what I'm kind of struggling with is like this dimension that we hold for the 40 feet is meant to, you know, basically prevent kind of the parking scenario in all regard in the future, right? If we grant this at, you know, I know no votes are being taken today, but you know, if this is granted in the future, or if the planning commission kind of grants it, I think there's something kind of inherently lost with that over time, and there's always the chance of never having that back, I guess. So just wanted to put that out there, make everybody aware. I know this is for concept review only, and I've, you know, also talked to Justin about this in many regards. So I think 40 feet would require the elimination of at least 4 of these spaces in addition to what is landscaped already. But in my mind, that's kind of worth it for upholding the essence of the PRO in the planning commission sense. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport. I believe we have Mr. Kidd from, apologize, Mr. Kidd, I just forgot where you're from.
That's why I'm from Northwest Neighborhood City.
Yes, thank you. I was going to say Detroit Shoreway, and I knew that wasn't right. Go ahead. Yes.
Well, yeah, you are correct. We just, we have a new name. So yes, same organization. I'm the special projects manager. I participated in the walkthrough of the demolition and also in the local committee, the discussions, and offered some of the feedback back in December. We're, you know, largely supportive of the project. Certainly defer to Adam's comments in regards to the setback. We don't oppose that recommendation. We are glad to hear that there has been some continued dialogue with Gordon Green next door. That was a concern just because we, you know, work closely with that group as well as in regards to some of their concerns, and then work through some of their planning detail in regards to the kind of a similar type of pocket park space, if you want to call it that, it's adjacent to what's being proposed here. So that's good to hear that those issues are being alleviated. Looking at medium to long-term planning, we support the concept of adding the additional retail space there in time. We like to see the additional or the continuity of commercial space along the corridor, particularly given the fact that we see, you know, the reactivation of the commercial space with a very popular neighborhood restaurant that's coming back. We think it'll warrant the temporary space for the seating in the pocket park, but also the additional commercial space that'll be included with the Waverly and Oak project. So moving forward long term, that would be the vision that we would ultimately support. But generally speaking, we support the parking proposal given the aforementioned things I just mentioned in relation to the additional commercial that's going to happen right here on this block. From our end of things, we've worked with the city to flip Tillman Avenue, which is the street immediately to the north to two-way. It was currently one-way, to help try to alleviate some of these concerns. So we're trying to work with Bond Street and also even with Gordon Green to that effect before this project, in trying to alleviate some of those parking concerns, to seeing that there's a 1-to-1 ratio and even maybe slightly more. And if the parking spaces were to be eliminated by perhaps 4 spaces or so, we hope that could be, we're still supportive of this in the sense that we think it's going to alleviate some of those concerns that particularly residents on Tillman Avenue have had in regards to development on this block in general. So that would be the comments we have from the CDC.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. We will now open the floor to the commission for questions or comments. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding, and I think Mr. Kidd made an allusion to this, is there is a new restaurant that's going into the Manon space. Is that correct?
That's correct. We were excited to announce that Banter is going to be re-entering the Gordon Square neighborhood.
That's excellent. So yeah, so they'll be able to utilize the parking spaces that you'll be providing there.
To the extent, so our focus has always been to provide parking for the residents first and foremost. To the extent that there's surplus spaces not taken by residents, it's going to be available to the commercial users. So, you know, every space that we can squeeze out of this helps along that front. You know, so it's going to have to be kind of a conversation internally and with planning with this group on, you know, if we want to jump back to that 40-foot setback, lose those 4 spaces, it does hurt with providing some spaces to commercial. So again, it's that balance that we're trying to achieve. That's a challenge.
It'd probably be helpful to Banter to have as many off-street parking spaces as possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission? I'll go ahead with mine right now. I do agree with the conversation that the local committee had about, inserting the pocket park and removing it. I think your gesture to try to connect to the neighbors, pocket park and really actually make this a pocket park would be really appreciated by the neighborhood, because you're sort of in the middle of a variety of different commercial uses that I'm sure would support the use of that pocket park and the visibility, people watching that pocket park. So I guess I do favor the 40-foot setback for the parking could it then open up the opportunity to place the new structure, this new small scale commercial on the north side of that pocket park, so still maintain it, but just increase the viability of that pocket park is just something that I would strongly encourage you to consider, because I think parking is needed related to these, but the green space I think would also be a great addition to this area, and to have it and then remove it I think would cause stress within the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think those are great comments. Thank you. It's interesting, right? We're trying to find this kind of intersection or meeting point between achieving 3 things: one with the pocket park, one with the parking need, and then kind of this future plan for additional commercial. And all 3 of those are important and can benefit the block and the neighborhood. So how do we find that kind of intersection of a Venn diagram of those needs? And what does that look like? And this is kind of our, I would say, 2.5 attempt at that.
I think, and the concept is great, just the final details of execution, and where the design will shine. Other questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Brunges?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to just throw in one thing, Justin. Perhaps you look at showing, and I think you did this originally when we were going through the original proposal, and work with Phil, finding the parking lots or the on-street, how much on-street parking is right there in front. I know you're right there by a corner that has side street in between as well. Is there another public parking lot across the street somewhere? How far within like 100 feet, 200 feet is parking to this that could also be supplemental here that for customers of Banter or other future commercial?
Right.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll work on that.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Not seeing any. Does the applicant feel like you've received enough feedback to continue the development of your design?
Yeah, I think so. I would just ask one question about the demolition component of this. Is that something that waits until the next meeting for a vote? And this is just kind of conceptual on both the demolition and the plan?
Yes, we'll talk about the demolition here next, but yes, you'll receive
Okay.
only conceptual feedback at this time, and then the votes will occur at the next meeting when you come back for final.
Okay, yeah, I think we've gotten great feedback. We really appreciate all the thought and comments on this, and we'll keep working on it.
Okay, excellent. We'll move on to the demolition. Is there questions or comments or feedback from the commission on the demolition? Michelle, did you go on this walkthrough also?
I was not there.
Okay. Carl and Don, could you give us an overview of what you saw at the walkthrough?
Mr. Benesi could tell you, he was there.
Mr. Bonezzi, thank you. Mr.
I
Bonezzi.
waited around. Yes, I did participate in the walkthrough, and beyond an architectural theory idea I had, the building pretty much has little to no architectural merit beyond, the front was drastically changed. The interior is basically, destroyed. It was an interesting building spatially, but in terms of its merit, and I don't think it has much of anything to contribute to the neighborhood anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Benezzi. That is helpful. I'm sorry, I was not aware you were there. So thank you for putting your hand up.
That is all right. It was a very cold, rainy day.
Other questions or comments beyond Mr. Bonezzi's feedback on the condition of the facility that the commission has? Looking at the photographs and hearing what Mr. Bonezzi and staff has said, I would tend to favor or support the demolition. Other questions or comments from the commission? No. So I think based on the feedback that you received from myself and Mr. Bonezzi, do you feel like you have enough clarity regarding the outcome for the demolition?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. And we look forward to seeing you come back with your final proposal.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you. Well, now that concludes our conceptual plan reviews. We'll move on now to the National Register of Historic Places nominations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the members who are still with us. We have 3 more properties in Cleveland that are proposed for the National Register that are on the State Preservation Board's agenda for March 18th. We reviewed 3 of them at our last meeting. All 3 of these are former Cleveland Public Schools. They are all part of an RFP process that they've been through to look at proposals for adaptive reuse. So they're putting these on the register to make them potentially eligible for historic tax credits in the future as part of the projects. All 3 are Cleveland landmarks. So we will see the proposals eventually once they've been further developed. Audubon School is, Audubon and Mount Auburn are both in the Woodland Hills neighborhood. They were both built in 1922 and designed by architect Walter McCornack, who designed more than 60 buildings in the Cleveland system over his career. They both reflect integrity. They're both significant architecturally. They all have the kind of amenities you would expect in a Cleveland public school building that was developed in this period, including auditoriums and gymnasiums, and they all reflect the development of the schools in the early 20th century. This is Mount Auburn, which has a Moorish revival elements. McKinley School is on the west side in Ward 16. It was actually built by the village of West Park in 1921. It later became part of the Cleveland system. It was designed by the architects Fulton Taylor and Cahill, and it also reflects integrity and architectural significance. And staff supports the nomination to the National Register, and I think we can, at your pleasure, we can act on all three of these together, unless you have questions about any of them.
All right, thank you for the overview. Are there questions or comments from any commission member? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm heartened to see that somebody's trying to intercede to save these buildings before they're to the point where they can't be renovated. You know, especially the Audubon and Mount Auburn, they're starting to deteriorate, and they're just incredible buildings. Really could be a great asset to the neighborhood. Hopefully they'll find a new start and a new beginning soon. But yeah, that's nice to see. I hate to see us tear down any more of these wonderful school buildings. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Bonazzi?
I would agree with all those sentiments. It's, you know, there are three pieces of architecture that can be saved. And unlike a lot of things that we see that, you know, people don't have the money or things, this gives people the opportunities to kind of intercede and protect these great buildings. So I would happily support the nomination of these buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Bonazzi. Giancarlo?
Yes, I definitely support the nomination. But who actually owns these buildings? The school board still owns them? Are they in the ownership of a public entity?
They're no longer owned by the school board. They are now owned by developers, the developers who have responded to the RFP. You know, working with the city of Cleveland and the Metropolitan School District to find solutions. They're all proposed for housing. Some of them are for senior housing specifically, but they will have new ownership. You know, once this design process is carried out. There's a long process they've gone through with the communities that they're in, and hopefully we'll see some more. There's a couple more in the pipeline that are slated to go through this system, including Wilson School on East 55th Street. And I think there's a couple others, but this is good because, again, as I pointed out last time, these are the last, you know, some of the last historic schools that are still that were recently in the district system. So we're glad to see this process happening finally.
You know, there's one on East 40th Street that's really, again, a beautiful building. Do you know anything about that
Yeah, that's the one I forgot to mention. Central High School.
Yeah.
On East 40th, just south of Cedar, is a great building. It's one of my favorite pieces of architecture. It's an Art Deco building. That is also going through this process. They're looking at it now. You know, some of these proposals involve mothballing some of the elements like the gymnasium or the auditorium space, which are more difficult to adapt. But we expect that Central will go through this process too.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, or would someone like to make a motion to, I'll never do this correct, Don, recommendation for the continuation of the nomination? Is that right?
That
I
sounds
so
great.
move.
That sounds great, Julie.
Is that the right verbiage? I don't know. It's late in the meeting. I always seem to forget it. It's 1 o'clock.
We're recommending approval of these properties for the National Register to the State Preservation Board. So
I make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion? Mr. Brunges, I see your hand up.
Madam Chair, we have a representative from Councilmember Gray's office. I don't know if the council members, if Mr. Korecki wants to make any comments towards this, since I think 2 of these are in that Ward 4.
Oh, no. Hi, everybody. No comment. Just seeing what the presentation was, but I went over pretty quick, I see. But carry on.
Thank you, Carl, for noticing that. I apologize, Councilman, if I missed you. That was not intended. And thank you for joining us. You have some great buildings in your ward. So then we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? No. Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Bonezzi,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Then we move on to administrative reports.
I would just let the commission know, and you can help me with this, Julie, that we had budget hearings on Tuesday before City Council. There are some really good things in this year's budget. You all are getting raises. Whether you want them or not, you're getting them. We've also got funding to record our Cleveland landmarks with the county fiscal office. We also had a long discussion with the council members, and there's a strong feeling on council that we need more staff. They agree with us. Now, whether that comes to pass or not, we'll see. There is a process of reconciling the budget before it's finalized, but we're hoping that we can get at least 1 or 2 more staff members in the upcoming year, working with the new administration and the new council. And so that's great news. This is the first time I've ever seen that happen at the table. So I'm really heartened that you know, we've got support from council, and it's on record, and it was pretty much unanimous. And you know it remains to be seen what's actually going to happen, but I'm really thrilled that we had that kind of discussion on Tuesday.
Does that mean you're staying?
Unfortunately not. I will be retiring this year after 30 plus years with the city, and I have really mixed feelings. I wanted the commission to know, that's why I sent the email yesterday. because I didn't mean to make it a public announcement on Tuesday, but I didn't know how else to talk about the staffing without mentioning it. So there, I haven't set a date yet, but it will probably be within the next 3 or 4 months, and we will talk about it again. I will miss all you guys. But I'm looking forward to you guys having staff and more support, moving forward in the future years.
Well, Donnie, you've been an anchor for this department, and everyone will miss you, but I think we're looking forward to you having a little bit of time, like you said, to enjoy and stop and smell the roses a little bit, right? But I second everything you said. The council was very open to the consideration. They made no promises, but I think between the new administration, the new director, and the feedback from the in city council, I'm very optimistic also.
We'll miss you too, Don, and I don't think you can be replaced with just one person. They will need more staff.
Thank you. I hope we'll have another occasion to say goodbye, but and maybe a small party, but
Yeah.
We'll keep you posted on that.
Not on Zoom.
No,
Yes.
no, we'll do it in person if we're going to do it at all.
And Carlo will talk afterwards. No, we will. Like you said, you're giving us notice. You're not giving us a date yet, so we're not there yet, but it just allows us to start planning. So we once it's announced, then we can talk about the details.
Yeah.
I'll let you know closer to the date, whenever that is.
Very good.
Anything else for today's agenda?
That's all I have. Unless I'm
Any site
forgetting
visits?
something. Alan, we still need our 2 council reps from the council president, and we still have an open position, but we have sent some names down to the mayor's office, so we're hoping that one gets filled sooner than later.
Agree. Do we have any upcoming site visits that we need to know about, Carl? While we're still most of us are on the phone?
No, not that I'm aware of, but I will keep you all posted as those things come along.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for everyone to staying through the entire meeting. We will, unless there's anything else, we will adjourn for today. We'll see everybody in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Everyone.
Take care.
Bye-bye.